Alrighty, here we go. Steely boy, you can go eat anytime, whenever you're ready. You can go eat.
You fought for the
You don't
Deepwood
have
and
to
the
go
Saints
crazy
Wars?
here.
We better grab a couple pints before you get me going on that one.
No complaints here.
Go on. You want to go? You can go. Go ahead. Yeah, go. You gonna go grab some dinner? That's fine.
Good day, stranger.
What's the news this time? Alright, so last we left off, I accidentally killed every one of the dominoes. And so I figured I would go to her and tell her that. But alright, I've given the matter some thought. You need to lower your prices. And how am I supposed to get by when the Dominels are squeezing me on bitter squash? Well, the Dominels are dead. So they're not going to be squeezing you anymore. That's the issue here. No, we're not. Don't whine. Get up or go over there, but don't sit there and whine at me. Lays down on the floor. Okay, that's your choice, dude. So,
Hail, traveler.
is there someone here named Cyril? She laughs. You must be new in town, dearie. She's only the most sought-after girl in the district. You want to spend time with her, just ask. She's 1,000 for the night, but she's worth every pound. No, I don't fancy a go with her. Alright, I think I might have to eventually because... Oh, I should rest. The Dominels are dead. How am I supposed to talk or convince the Dominels to lower their prices if they no longer exist? That's my question. Alright, well, I can figure that out in the time. For now, I'm going to head back over to Copper Lane, take a rest, and then I'll swing over to Heritage Hill since I haven't been there yet. Maybe something develops. I doubt it, but maybe something develops over there. If not, I'll try the Domino's place again at that point. If, you know, I'm fully expecting them to still be dead and not want anything to do with me or not be able to communicate with me about the seeds. So if that happens, or when that happens, then I'll try to join the... Ah, it's a tough one. Who do I join? I might join the dozens. We'll see.
Welcome.
Give me a room, Bishop. Yeah.
Hail, traveler.
And I also need to sell a bunch of stuff to you. This is everything that I got from killing all the dominoes. Like I said, there was quite a few of them. Jeez. Your soldiers are not fully armed, or even decently dressed, without some basic knowledge of the Glanfathin language. If your scouts cannot eavesdrop, if our captured soldiers cannot recognize the words of their captors, if our officers cannot answer a call to parley, we fail. Knowing just a few simple face painter words could mean the difference between tactical success and defeat in detail. Glanfathin writing is, like Adiran, adapted from the old Valian alphabet, brought overseas by the Adirans long ago. The Glanfathins put their own spin on this alphabet, so there are noticeable differences that can confuse the uninformed. Alright. Ah, pa, and pa. Ah, ah. And a. So it is a. It's Adair. Adair. Adair is his name. Okay. Adair. Even though their names are Adirans. Subtle differences. I and E. O and ah. And oo. Note that last part. In Ir Glenfath, the letter W acts as our letter U. Speaking with a consonant WWW sound is the perfect way to alert a Glanfathin to the fact that you're a deer wooden struggling to learn the language. See Estramore in the glossary below. And keep in mind these tricky differences. The H is used for a hard thorn sound, such as with this or that. Alright, conversely, TH is a softer sound in Glanfathin, barely vocalized like when one says thief or thought. S sounds like a soft sh sound, like ship. Put an accent on it, and C sounds like she. Ah, she. Okay. You had an H sound in either case. So, sh or she. Okay. There's no replacement for actually learning Glanfathin by immersion, but to get you started, here are some important words that you and your soldiers should know. Anam soul, Enamfath, plural Enamfatha, the spiritual leaders of the tribes. It's right? Onamfath. So that would be Argues. Arguez. This one's confusing because it'd be which W is that? So Bua Ba'anin. And then Blade is TH Blaith. Wolf. Cost Battle, Delum Leaf, Den Man, Enfath Princess, Estramore, plural Moran, Foreigners, Faith, plural Father, Foth, plural Father, Guan would be it'd still be Guan. It just pronounced a little, not Guan, but Guan. Henan, Walker, Pamez, Remen, Building, plural Riao, Rio, plural Rio, Riao. Maybe, yeah, Riao, okay. So that kind of still sounds like a W. Scoth would be not Scoth, it'd be Scaith, but SC is the shield, the sh sound, SC. SI. So that's Scaith. When would be Ween, Uwin, Uin. Werid soil pronounced Wereth. 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 Ueretha. Uretha. Okay. We'll get there. That one I'm waiting to hear the... You know what? I'll just read it right now. Might as well get it out of the way. That's something I'm going to have to read eventually. And I'll just try to remember the second part. So Belmis stands in front of the drink tray. Belmis, picking up a small metal box next to the brandy. What could possibly convince him to give her up? Belmis opens the box and observes its contents. He looks up, a wicked grin on his face. He closes the box and sets it down. He turns his back, lost in thought. The door flies open and Torfel enters. He sees Belmis and stops. Belmis turns at the noise of the door, eyes wide. Torfel says, "What?" Belmis immediately rushed, interrupting. "Torfel, my good man, such a pleasure to finally meet you after so long." "Who? Irby! Surely you were expecting me. Did you not get word I would be here tonight?" "When I only just now arrived. The weather kept me up, else I would have arrived sooner. How Pfenda let me in, and told me to wait for you in here. She said she was off to find you. Irby, of course. Welcome to my home. So sorry for my manners. I was not expecting you for at least an hour." They shake hands, and then Torfel starts pouring drinks for them. "Yes, well, it's just this contract. I am eager to settle the matter. We both know it must not fail, don't we?" Torfel stops. "But I was told you were set against this. I invited you here to convince you. Would you rather I change my mind back? Shall we argue a belabored point, or shall we celebrate our new accord?" Torfel says, laughing, Of course. How stupid of me." Torfel holds out a glass to Belmis. To business. Belmis sets the glass down and picks up the box. He opens it and sticks his finger inside. It comes out with a dark paste on it. He reaches towards Torfel's mouth. "Shall we celebrate properly?" "Oh, no. I never touched Svef, but I knew you were partial to it. By all means, go ahead." Belmis grunts and looks at his finger. He approaches Torfel. "I must say, this turn of events is quite welcome. I was sure it would take hours to..." Belmis thrusts his finger at Torfel's mouth. "What is that?" Torfel turning his head so Belmis's finger passes by his lips without touching. "What?" Nothing. My mistake. I was sure I saw something." Belmis walks around behind Torfel and approaches him from the other side. Torfel says, "I was sure it would take hours to convince you to see things from my side. It does my heart good to..." Belmis says, thrusting his finger at Torfel's mouth again. There it is again. Turning his head so Belmis' fingers pass by his lips without touching, Torfel says, "What? Where?" Belmis, "Damn. Nothing. I guess I was imagining things." Torfel says, "That must be incredibly potent Svef. I've never heard of it working before application. Be careful now." Silly. Okay. Let me figure these out. I'd like... maybe it would be wise to do... Yeah, let me give him this. And give that to you. And give someone else, like Ader, that. Getting there, figuring it out. Well, if she's the only one that can hold it, she might as well hold it.
I'm not going anywhere like this.
Cool. Moving on. Heritage Hill. I think that's where I'm headed next.
Aloth. Never before have I met an Adiran man so hesitant to speak his mind.
I'm not hesitant. I just, like to consider my words carefully.
You should really hear yourself talk, amigo.
There we go. First time popping over here, so this will be interesting. I know that there's like zombies or something, according to the lady I talked to earlier.
Welcome.
The guard holds up a palm. Sorry, but this district's closed by order of the Duke himself. Actually, Willow sent me. I'm looking into the missing guards. So you're the one she sent word about. The guard looks you up and down, frowning. I was expecting her to send in a whole squad of justiciars. Not that I'm volunteering, mind you. I'll have the gate opened immediately. Just watch your step. I'm afraid we can't send anyone after you if this goes badly. Heard or seen anything unusual? Friend, I try to see and hear as little as possible. One of the women on the last watch said she heard someone shouting from the northeast part of the district, something that sounded like an order, but I don't see how anyone could survive in there. Once or twice I've caught a glimpse of something moving on the other side of the gate. The guard shudders. I'd just as soon as forget it. Any ideas what might happen? What might have happened to the other guards? None, and I've no desire to find out, if you catch my meaning. The ones that disappeared weren't the deserting type. The worst part is, both times the watch disappeared, the next rotation found the gate unlocked. I don't know whether they went in or whether something got out, but if it's the latter, refugees are going to be the least of our problems. The dead roam. Oh. Already seeing. Oh. Alrighty then. That didn't take long. Who's getting their butt kicked right now? You got this, guys. Come on. Took out all the dominoes with no issue. I don't want to even hear it about these things. Huh. Can I even... Yeah, okay. I'll just remember that for later. Someone needs to use this. Or put this in there. Who has 6 lore? Alright, I never use that. So how about you take that. Give as many of these as I can to you. And the rest of them I'm going to start selling.
I'll take a look.
Something twitches and shambles in the darkness between the slats. A rancid draft creeps from the house. Oop. Okay. Burned lady. Nice. Who did I give that to?
And what does the flame reveal?
Ooh, more of these. These are cool. If it will let me read them. Okay. Ah. Oh, come on. Rearrange. Everyone back up. This is getting ridiculous. Okay. Slow going, but it's technically working. You... I wanted to fix your... Oh. No, I didn't. Actually, crowd control is fine. I thought he was on, like, something else. Anyways. That seems really slow. I don't know why slow mode turned on. These vaults have already been pried open.
Finished.
Now let me read that now. Thank you. The Iron Guardian will rise again. Roland Gwyn. Mors Ultima, Linea Rurum... I don't know. Here lie the remains of Jade Malo, a skilled archer taken far before her time, buried with her most prized possessions, including her beloved bow, personally handcrafted, and her now empty coin purse. This damn game will be the death of me. Absolutely fair, James. Colleen Fagan. The road goes ever on and on, down from the door where it began. Now far ahead the road has gone, and I must follow if I can. J.R.R. Tolkien. The Indare, a human male with long hair and studded leather. The writing is too weathered to read, but he appears to have been some kind of general. His title is unfamiliar, but his features seem somehow savage. Bill Willikins, a washer of ill repute of some remote inn. Met an untimely demise while trying to clean. These pantaloons will be the end of me, he said, and then a wet sleeve hit him in the head. Mark West, I'm gonna live forever. Well, April 1st, 2121. It's a pretty good, 130 years. Died in service to his country at the of from an N to the while attempting to the memorial redacted for reasons of national security. That was clever. Forever lost, yet destined to return. I love you, Dad. I hope you are proud of me. It's not so long wait for the eternity. Thought he would live forever. The universe had other ideas. Never forget, death is only the beginning, especially for one of my kind. From the band to the battalion, brothers forever. I have lived 1,000 lives, and I have loved 1,000 loves. I have walked on distant worlds, and seen the end of time, because I read. Absolutely fair. I love these memorials that they put in here.
Slowly now.
Got it. Finished.
Spell defense. Huh. I mean, it's not bad at all, but I just don't think I have the room for it. Like, does anyone need that? No. The cross-hatched claw marks score this vault. Gulls. Those are easy enough. There we go. Easy pup.
Laying low.
A small plaque at the base reads, "Freedom above all, Admeth Hadrit." It's 2 mausoleums? I can't enter this one. Oh, I can. Okay.
Keeping an eye out.
Oh, a couple more of these.
I'll get it open.
Alright, let's open this first. Opal, Peridot, money. Bunch more memorials. Farewell to our precious Stardust. R.I.P. William Matteo Gernard Filipowski. 6/2/2012. Welcome Oliver Williams, son of Camille and Melanie. 12/19/2013. Coronimus the Achiever. Glance upon the greatest dread ever known. The one and only to be feared by most and trusted few. Kenneth Elder. Dude, your sister's hot. Kelton Swift. Here lies Kelton Swift. Swift by name, but not by nature. A vision shout out into the world. heard by people who spread the word, all came together perfectly, known as the Pillars of Eternity. If nothing we do matters, then all that matters is what we do. Hey, don't lick that. Come on. What are you doing? All impossible things remain to be achieved. Grandmas hold our tiny hands for just a little while, but our hearts forever. Though not a real king, he was still revered as such. Lovely gentleman made the world better through great generosity, sublime majesty. Game over, man. Game over. I did not trip and fall. I attacked the floor, and I believe I am winning. A charitable man who gave more than he had for what he believed in. A capricious madman from the White March creases was trying to escape his mental diseases, so he expunged his brain from its cerebral domain, and now his mind is shattered in pieces. It's a beautiful limerick. Turns out, tying your immortality to an egg is a pretty dumb idea. Ah, yeah, probably. Learn from yesterday, live for today, hope for tomorrow. I wish you a blessed day, friend. March 2014. Death is impractical. Yeah, I don't disagree. William Rake Starwind, one of countless empty graves dedicated to this wandering outlaw in hopes he might come to occupy it. One day death will catch up with him, but not this time. A brighter tomorrow born of the dark. Here lies Nephilim. He died doing what he loved, siphoning souls to create an army of darkness. Lactose. Never did get that crossbow. Surrounded by the darkest night, when you lose the will to fight, shout my name with all your might, since it is synonym of light. A part of life unknown by most, even those I'm closest to, yet where I spent half my life's time in my mind. Even if there are no gods, even if there never was a point to any of it all, the utterly absurd miracle happened. The universe existed, and so did you, in this very moment in time. Totally legal. Also bury me with my money. Existence is infinite, a weave of life and dead beyond the understanding of the many mortal threads. Gelatinous cubes are friends, not food. Here lies Saston Spellfire, wizard of the pyromantic order. Tragically, he did not fall by way of one of the many beasts he faced, but by his own hand from the backfire of a fiery conflagration. He used to argue loudly with himself in a nearby cave, eventually lost when a troll couldn't sleep. The troll was praised, found love, and brought peace and quiet to the local village. Keep quiet here. Scholar of the world. Fought, lost, died, remembered. I don't speak French. His face wasn't really made of monkey. Nick monkey face. I get it. Free hugs. John 3:16. You know I'm gonna have to look this up, right? This is the first verse that I've seen in any of these, and I've read quite a few of them. For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. And I believe that we should all be allowed to worship whatever way that we would like. I can't read that. It looks like someone smashed the family crest of this mausoleum with a hammer. The inscription beneath is illegible. Okay. I think life is hard enough as it is, and whatever it takes to make it a little bit easier on yourself, do that thing. As long as you aren't stepping on anyone else's toes, making it harder for anyone else. A woman turns when you enter. Her wide, pale eyes shine like lamps in the darkness of the tomb. 4 crucible knights hover nearby, their glazed expressions fixed on her. Reinforcements at last. I hope you've come armed, because we've got to get out of here. Is Lyra the ghost that's talking to me? Huh. Something about her seems hazy and insubstantial. It's a freaking ghost, even in the darkness of the tomb. I hate to be the one to tell you this, but you're already dead. Her eyes glow cold and hard. You'd better explain yourself, and quickly. You're a ghost, and you've been luring Crucible Knights to their deaths. She freezes in place, hovering in the air. No, that's impossible. It's only been... I can't be. The other side of the tomb is visible through her gaping mouth. She looks at her hands, seemingly for the first time, turning them in front of her. As her eyes and her mouth widen in horror, she turns to you. What have you done to me? Her expression hardens, and the Crucible Knights behind her stir. Novitiates, attack! Oh well, didn't mean to do that, but here we are. Alright, since you're being silly, how about you go this direction?
That's not very helpful.
Ooh, heal. I don't like that. Why is Aloth being hit so hard right now? What is it? How did you get over there? Okay, that's fair. You're probably gonna die, Aloth. That just is what it is. I knew I shouldn't have given the scroll of revive to him. He's just gonna... That's...
No good.
Use the potion. Ah, yep. Oh man. Alright, Nope, nope. Attack this thing. Everyone, please. Focus. So we can get this done.
Not even slowing it down. I'm stuck. Not even slowing it down. Let's go.
Okay, everyone. I don't know what you're doing. Yikes. Oh man, this ain't good at all.
Quay. Stuck. Perfect.
No, don't do that. Oh, come on now. I hate when they just don't do the spell that I try to get them to do. Like, do the thing. Do the thing. Okay, well, at least you did it, I guess. been better earlier. Not good. Not good at all.
Mowing.
Yep. Okay. Here we go. You guys gonna be able to take her out on your own? I mean, you could have been doing this the entire time, so that's good to know. Alright. Should be okay. As long as they start doing damage.
Kinda stuck over here.
There we go. Goodness. Oof, that was a tough one. Not a fan. Okay, let's do that. Goodness. Almost just lost. Lactose the intolerant. Remember when using a urinal, if you shake it more than twice, you're playing with it. Lingua latina, non-penis canina. Alright, I just don't even. Time will not be ours forever. Valor Magulus, Valadoharis. Game of Thrones, right? Would you stop, please? Please? You're ridiculous. Love you. There is a difference between knowing the path and walking the path. The wise man knows he's stupid. Life is better with good company. Don't forget your doctor's appointment. Loved his wife and children with all his heart. Chris W. Ellis. Don't touch me. Enjoy this game. The one who reads this will never be the same. I hope to speed. I did this for my son, Mitchell Adult, a nice person and a super illustrator, and transitions to a project manager, etc. Pretty pissed that he's dead. Sergeant angry. Off to fight some windmills. There's always one part of us that never dies. To many of us, you are this part. Tim 67 Sweeney. Thanks to the maker who taught the threads the law of stories. Thanks to the goddess born from the maker's creation who renewed him, I vow is an unreal to live all stories as one. Learn, love, make yourself useful. Late for his own funeral. That's me, for the record. Karnak Vankra. Absolutely, will be late for my own funeral. Honeydew, a brave and noble dwarf. He climbed too high, he dug too deep for Casmodan. You did what you thought was best, but it was wrong. Just wanted a good game. I didn't want to influence it other than that. Status missing, location unknown. The man in the suit. In memory of the man in the suit and his associates. You'll never find them, but victim of perpetrator, and if your number's up, they'll find you. No time to explain. Here lies Killer 900226. Too bad he didn't know how in the end. A wise man once told him, by depending on luck, you are embracing death. But apparently, he just couldn't stop rolling that dice. Thorvald Odenkin. What will you sacrifice to do what you believe is right? Be wary, however, in what you believe is right, for great evils have been done by those who believe they were right. Here lies the man who has lived many lives in many realms. Severus, I love you very much, my dear Funshine. Only sleep can help. What is happening there? Quartz Chrysalis. That's a cool name. Kickstarter has changed the floor of the games industry. No more corporate meddling. Now the gamers back the developers directly. Let this game be a monument to the power and the freedom we now have. Carpe diem. You know, this is true, and I don't keep up with Kickstarter, so I'm not sure how many games have come out of this, like, since Pillars of Eternity. I can think of a few, maybe board games, card games, but I think it's incredible that if you have a good enough idea, you know, you don't need to go to corporations and try and convince some board that it's a good idea. All you have to do is say, hey, everyone, I have this idea. Would you like to play it? It's going to cost me this much today, and you can get it later. It's cool. It's a neat concept. Be peaceful, be courteous, obey the law, respect everyone. But if someone puts his hand on you, send him to the cemetery. Malcolm X? I don't think Malcolm X ever said that, but I could be wrong. He wanted to rule a kingdom. He failed, but he left a legacy. A fun-loving 1980s-obsessed gamer and developer with a penchant for old tech. Most heroic guy of all time. I wonder if there's a star child waiting for me at the end of my journey. Star child's from something, right? That's like it's a reference to something that I don't know.
You're not getting through me.
Great sword and plate armor. Alright, well. That was fun, almost dying in a tomb. It's gonna happen one of these days. I'm gonna piss off something that I can't deal with, and because I'm playing on the single save, it's just gonna be the end of the game. It's gonna be a very sad day. Frankly, I'm amazed that I've made it this far. That was a tough fight, though. Unlocking this will require the proper key. Captain Gull, in memory of his ill-fated voyage across the Sea of Madness, died a stranger in a strange land after many wasted years. In the time-lost scrolls, it says that he was one of this world's founders. The scrolls descript him as Man of the North, World Founder, Friend of Fishes and Dragons, known as Gunders the Adventurous. Hell Without Sin grant, in loving memory of Copper and Kobe. When you think dogs, cats? Probably dogs. John Maloney, wish you were here. Stephen Cameron, born 2810-71, Doon Do, NSW, 2844, Australia. Member of the Black Isle and Obsidian Forums. Hero protagonist, what a name. Palladium. I do not know German or Dutch, perhaps? German. Greg Williston, in memory of Golden Brown, the Golden Brown. I am tall, died from grievous wounds after hitting his head on door frames too many times. He will forever be remembered by his height and in his continuous ability to be better than Rav in all games. Tallest man ever to roam the world, known for his epic adventures, size, brute force, and lack of intelligence, from him hitting his head on too many door frames, chandeliers, and tree branches. I haven't seen a back-to-back like that before. Gabrielle Guziardi. Fate, lineage, rules, and choices will lead us in our life, but beware, only the balance of these pillars will make you safe in your journey. Always keep the balance, traveler. A traveler am I, shards of my soul in 1,000 worlds. Seeds of transcendence. He never wondered to see himself ashamed, but he often wondered to see himself not wicked. Grandma. Aw. Imrahil. Live your life today for the sake of tomorrow. Keep fighting every day to forget your sorrow. Anchoranasia? I wonder if that's a poet or something. When is a slave not a slave when he is a slave master? I don't get it. Kerdran Inkblot Swift, student of the renowned Eldenak adventurer extraordinaire, incorrigible mountebank, and wandering skald. Deal with these things first. That's how you do it, guys. Well done. Oh, and another camping supply in case it turns out that I need to rest again. From here, the mansion appears deserted. If that's a mansion, I almost don't want to go in it yet. Kind of want to give that a second. But let's do it, because you never know what you're going to find. Oh yeah, this is a big area. Okay, well.
Keeping an eye out.
Lord Voltus, Seda, let us in. It's safe. Come out now. Open the door, Seda. So there's Lord, Lady, and Emilio. The female Dargul sniffs the air and whirls around, hissing. Survivor! Oh, okay. Yes, Lady. Oh, a couple more. Whoa. Whoa, the map's all twisted and distorted right there.
I've got it. Finished.
Voltus Manor Key. The Sonor Brass Key displays the symbol of House Voltus, a crossed sword and spear. I'm going to assume it goes to this door. Yep.
Slowly now.
There's no one in here. Whoever they were talking to is not. Wan light shines from behind the map. There's a ragged hole to the outside, as if someone dug through. Okay. What is this? A Vortis? Was that the name? Voltus? Something like that? Oh, I found a cat! Ha! Awesome. He's the only one, right? Oh, okay. Black dog or black and white cat. That is a tough one. I'm cool with swapping that out. I got rid of the ghostly pig thing because it was distracting, but I'm cool with either one of these if anyone has any suggestions. I'm going to keep the dog equipped for now because it reminds me of this guy right here. Voltus Groundskeeper. Voltus, that's the name. This is a note addressed to the household staff. Please see to it that the family mausoleum is swept and the marble polished. The key is hanging, as always, in the kitchen by the oven. That must be that, other mausoleum that I couldn't get into earlier. Oh! Hello. Quite a few of you. Alright, everyone just back up. Let them come to us. There we go. That's not exactly what I wanted it to happen. Not enough room. There we go. A little better. Or can I do this? Switch your weapons. Oh, it's not gonna help you at all. I don't know why you're not doing anything. You have a bow and arrow. There you go. Okay. Scouting mode? I don't even know what that is. Oh, I wonder if this is scouting mode. Anyways. Moving on. Burst of Summer Flame. Okay. That's a new one. Lord Valtus's will. A last will and testament has been carefully drawn up on a stained piece of sackcloth. It lists Lord Valtus's various titles and holdings, ending with the following. Should no member of my family survive, it is my wish that my wealth and property be dispensed to the Crucible Knights. Let my wife and children, and me, be buried with my forebears in the Valtus family tomb at the right hand of Duke Hadrit. Signed, Valerio Valtus, 5th Lord of House Valtus. Forgot to read the other book. Let's do this. You take that, and then you use that. Deal? Deal. Also, once again, Development of a Crucible Knight, Part 1, lower ranks. I've actually already read that, so I'm not going to read it a second time.
I'll take a look.
This seems to be the hook mentioned in the letter, but the mausoleum key is missing. Of course it is.
Nice and quiet.
Broken chairs, upended tables, and shattered vases block the stairs. Splintered planks shift precariously. Alright, so that actually wasn't as large of an area as I expected it to be. But, I also don't think necessarily that that mausoleum... It was the Valtus Mausoleum. So I gotta find the key somewhere. Crockware, stale foodstuffs, and once priceless vases, now chipped and cracked, fill the wagon. Nope. Okay. Not good. He actually seems to be doing okay. I'll let him do his thing. The mausoleum has been sealed tight. No surprises there. I've already been this way. Let's check out what's over here, I guess. Huh. That's a pretty funky looking castle thing. Dig site. Arbalist. A lot. Oh, jeez, he got wrecked. Okay. Did that... Davos is paralyzed? That's fine. I don't need the game to stop for that. She might die. Can she do that to herself? Yeah, she can. Nice. Good to know. I always forget she has that. Alright. That could have been worse. Davos is that maimed? He's hurt. Severe burn. The -8 damage reduction kind of sucks, but I think he'll be okay for now. Oop. Yet another grappling hook. Well, I might as well, since I am running low on some spell slots, and I got 2 more camp supplies that I can see just in this graveyard. Might as well take the rest, right?
I shall be discreet.
Pallegina, you seem to be in the forefront of a lot of fights lately, so let's keep you topped off with potions. Massive stone door of the tower is sealed, and there doesn't appear to be any way of opening it. That appears to be part of the main quest. In fact, Deerfoot Tower. Yeah, let's finish the rest of this. We'll head back and do that. There ain't much left. Heritage Hill Cemetery. Some Svef. Oop.
I'm
Okay.
on the trail.
Just a couple of peridot hidden inside of a book. Nice. Acantha's house. Who be Acantha? These stale loaves are as hard as rocks.
We'll keep to ourselves.
A woman bends over a roaring fireplace, feeding a splintered chair leg into it. As you get closer, you notice something unnatural about her. A certain pallor to her skin, a lack of movement beneath her flesh, even while her arms execute deft, efficient movements. And then you see the puckered flesh, ragged and bloodless, over her heart. Pelagina's eyes grow wide, and she thrusts a feathered arm out to stop you from moving forward. Davos, be careful. She does not appear
It's rude
well.
to stay, you know. Don't worry. I've no mind to start anything with you. After all, I've stayed in such good shape by choosing my meals carefully.
Did I see her in a vision? Do you know what happened here? Oh, you know what? Let's start by being
A
polite. Who
survivor.
are you?
By the grace of my own careful preparations. When I heard the claws scrabbling at the door outside, I took care of matters myself. And since then, I've been careful to keep myself fresh and fed.
So, does that mean that you are a necromancer who killed yourself and have sustained yourself on other corpses? Do you know what happened
An incredible
here?
act of animancy, of a magnitude this part of the world likely hasn't seen since Engwithan times. Someone found something very powerful and ancient, and I'd bet my own preserved life it wasn't Aldhelm or his lovely assistant.
Tell me what you know about this Aldhelm. His name barely merits repeating. He's a charlatan who liked to dig up pretty artifacts and call himself a scholar. The pity with animancy these days is that just about anyone can claim to be an expert. And I still don't understand why this district is full of walking corpses. She spins from the fire to face you. Because someone found a way to tether their souls to their bodies, don't you see? She taps her skull with an impatient finger. So when the heart stops beating, when the blood stops flowing, their bodies still animate, and with a newfound hunger. She turns back to the fire. Those that can feed it with living flesh and essence stay strong and sharp. Those that can't degenerate quickly. Yep, so I was right. It's just animancy, not necromancy. I see, she smirks. I truly doubt that. So I saw you in a vision. Something you need to do for me.
Believe me, I've heard that line before.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't even know what that means, so I'm just going to leave her to it, I guess. Poems from Irglanfath. Oh, this is new. The tree, the wind. Who shall hear the voice of the wind? Its beauty resplendent, unseen, intangible. Its tongue whispers the oath. I move, I carry. Always will I fly, and always will I change, for nothing is permanent. Nothing escapes my grasp. Who shall call the heart of the wind? It travels swiftly, fiercely, untouchable. Its fist howls the promise. I push, I break. Never will I stop, and never will I land. All is in my domain, and all bend to my will. Who shall resist the force of the wind? Its anger presses, pushes, drives. And the tree answers its call. Yes, your voice is loud. Your name is grand. Your force is mighty. I shall not resist. I will not defy. I will bend. Your power shall wash over me. You want me to bow? I will bow. But I will always stand. I will always return. I will always recover. That is my pledge. That is my promise. That is my oath. I love the way that this poem flows like wind, and then that is a tree right there. That is excellent. You're so silly.
Finished. Finished.
Nope. There's people in here. You're not one of Incantha's servants. Please, you've got to get us out of here before she feeds on us. Fucking knew it. Damn it. What happened to you? We're just groundskeepers. When the district fell into chaos, Incantha took us in, said we'd be safe until the Knights got things under control. Instead, she locked us in here. Every week, one of those monsters who serves her comes in and takes one of us away. I don't know what she's doing, but sometimes we can hear the screams. Please let us out of here. Stay here for now. Can talk to her. Figure this out. Something or someone snapped this candelabra in two. Ooh, hello. Uh-huh. I'm gonna give that to you. Alrighty, Cantha.
You return. What if you come
Came
seeking
across...
this time?
Well, I came across the group of people in the back room. She clucks. I hope you didn't disturb them. Rounding them up is quite the chore. It's time for me to get going. Do I just attack her at this point? Do I tell them to run? I'm afraid if I tell them to run... Let's see what happens. I think you will never forget this. I'm afraid that they're like she's gonna catch them, but it doesn't look like she did.
You return. What if you come seeking this time?
Okay, nothing. I guess I'm just gonna leave you to it, lady. Left out to rot, these potatoes are covered with wet, rank-smelling bruises. Okay, I'm just gonna let that happen, I guess. I don't know what else to say for that. Where is this key? Yeah. Well, if she's already in there, maybe she'll let me in? No, yeah. Maybe that was the key that I found earlier. I don't know. Hey, leveled up. Before I do anything else, always nice. Yes. Thank you. Whenever the rogue is contributing to the flanked affliction, the target is also distracted. All the target's defenses by 6, lowers the number of engagement targets by 1. Ooh, I like that a lot. But this is incredible. 50% of incoming grazes converted to misses. Reflex only. Nah, I'll pass on that. Riposte. The rogue looks for openings to counterattack. Incoming melee attacks that target deflection and miss have a chance of allowing an instant full attack riposte. Only active with melee weapons equipped. So that's really good too. Honestly, I think I'm just gonna go with deep wounds. That's gonna add up so much over time. And always good when you level up. Ooh, are you gonna be able to cap on lore? Alright, if I do... You gain 6 per level. So I can give you a boost in athletics and survival. And the next level you'll be able to cap on lore. And some new spells. That's always good. Seda, a little girl, cowers in the back of the tomb. Her face is streaked with dirt, and even in the shadows you can tell she's far too thin. She watches you, holding her breath. What are you doing in here? She inches into the candlelight. Her clothes are little more than filthy rags now, but ripped and stained fabric looks like embroidered silk. You have to be quiet. Noise brings the hungry people. Sagani stands stock still, looking at the girl as if a wounded rabbit. Auroch's shadow. Looks like she's been on her own for weeks. My name is Seda. Are you hiding from them too? She watches the door of the vault, her eyes wide and careful. Tell me what happened to you. Her eyes take on a distant look. Her legs start to tremble. You're frightened and you've been stuck in here for too long, but try to remember what happened before. She takes a deep breath and stares at the stone floor. There was a big noise and light in the sky. Everyone thought it was a storm, but then people started waking up. After they died, I mean. She twists her shredded sleeve into knots. Mother and father and Emilio boarded up the door, but the hungry people found our house. Her fidgeting becomes more agitated. They fought, but the hungry people always get up again. They broke through the door, and Mother told me to hide. And then I came here to hide, but the door got stuck, and I didn't know when it would be safe outside. Alright, I'm not going to ask her where her family is. I know what happened there. I'm just going to tell her she needs to go. I don't want to disturb her any further. Is it safe for the hungry people out there? It's still dangerous, but the path to the main gate should be clear. Run. I won't let anything catch me. Hope I didn't just send her to her death. Hey, 3 more levels up. Nice. Let's do the same thing. Level 4 spells. Here we go. Yep. Aloud duplicate. Does it cast spells, or does it just hang out and distract them? That's my thing. That's cool. That's cool. But it's only for one spell, so like, or only for one hit, so is that really all that good? What does this do? Huh. Ooh. None of these are amazing. I think I'm going to stick to the bottom two. Confusion and dimensional shift. Those are both pretty good crowd control spells, and we'll see what happens from there. A deer. What level do I want you on? I want you on higher than that. So let's boost that a little bit. Immunity to frightened and terrified. Hey, Salam. Is it Salamonkey? I want to make sure I'm pronouncing it right. But I'm doing well, man. Just cleared out the Heritage Hill area. I don't ever really see them disengage from him very often, so I feel like that's not worth it. That's a big maybe. That could be helpful. Tough one for him. Like, that's the best one if more disengagement attacks happened. Yeah? Alright, cool. How you doing? How was your weekend? I think I'm gonna go with that. Yeah, let's go with clear out. Yeah, that was a good choice. And then... yeah. That's good for you. That's decent. That's incredible. Ooh. Ooh. That's a really good one. Like, the goal is to not ever need that, but when I do... Yep. It is better to be lost together than be alone in any place. Nico, the chosen one. He feared his fate too much. To two amazing feline companions, may they be immortalized in remembrance, Twinkie and Zinger. Umbra Lupus the 15th, man of few words. The only thing worse than dying is never having truly lived. I'm about average. He should have known that you must never try to fry a fish with a fireball when you have drunk too much vodka. Nothing more than a footnote in today's history books, he is believed to be one of many who helped create today's society. Enjoy the game, Lud. There should probably be something meaningful and profound here, but all I can say is good luck, have fun, and love each other. Hey, that's good advice. In the end, only three things matter: how much I loved my sweet wife Jane, and my lovely daughter Belle, how gently I lived, and how gracefully I let go of things not meant for me. Roy. You find the last known copy of Dreamtime, the Gil Garum, which vanished with the author when the ship carrying its first print run disappeared on the Amazon River. But do you dare to read it? Please bury me with my stuff. I hope you see this someday, David. I love you and wanted you to be in a game, as games are a big part of your dad's life. Hopefully we can play this together. I love you. Some of these do a pretty good job of effectively breaking my heart. Oh gosh. Thank God it missed. Why did she go to pick that up? That was silly. Iridescent scarab figurine. Summon Audra Beetle. Nice. Alright, cool. Let's give that to someone for those really tough fights. Honestly, I actually completely forgot about that in my last important fight. These vaults are sealed shut with sticky cobwebs. Nestled among the candles are the odds and ends of a patchwork family memorial, Valian louches, a cameo etching of a woman in finery, and a turquoise necklace. Alright. Moving on. Let's pop on over to wherever the heck I was going. Tower, I guess? How's my, Yeah, you guys are doing good on your spell count. Especially now that you have level 4s. Actually, do those auto-equip? I always forget. Yes, they do. Okay. Should still have, I think, 1 camp supply out here for later. Speak the words you learned from the Leaden Key Acolyte. You hear rumbles and clanks from hidden in tumblers as the door unlocks. This is probably stupid. Maybe not. Fairly effective job of killing those things. Trindig's letter. Dearest mother and father, you will be pleased to hear that I've learned much already since coming to the city. There are many incredible ruins nearby, and Master Greg has allowed me to accompany him on a number of expeditions. I am writing to you from inside an ancient Engwithan tower. There's an entire district built up around it, but the locals have mostly left the tower untouched. They have let us set up temporary living quarters here so our work can continue uninterrupted. It is an unsettling place at times, but Master Greg has been a constant comfort, and he is quick to remind me that the things we learned from this tower may one day help us find a cure for Widewind's legacy. I'd better get some rest now. Mr. Greg likes to get an early start to the day. All my love, Trindig. Crumpled page from Aldhelm's journal. Day 7. A week of study, and we're still none the wiser about this device. Trindig remains optimistic. I don't know what I'd do without his spirit.
Eyes open.
Got all these cool potions and stuff on the wall. This is a neat area. Whoa, what is that? What is happening here?
Be cautious. Be constant.
The mattress is lumpy and smells of old straw, but whoever slept here last made it neatly. That's a revenant. I think I fought those recently. They weren't as scary as I thought they were. Essence shimmers and pulsates within the strange device. Jeez, I got close. Right. No, I didn't fight those. You know what? Those were the creatures that were, Helig servants are evidence. That gives me confidence about going back and kicking his ass, I'll say that. Potion of power. Another page. Day 2. We've completed our measurements of the machine thanks to Trindig's youthful agility. Further examination is required to discover its intended use. Scanite scripture. Oh, I haven't read this. Burn. Feel thy hatred twist within thee. Feed thyself on its bile. Sustain thyself on its anger. This hatred, this... Oh, I have read this. Let thine heart see that... Yes, I've read this. Okay.
I'll see what I can find.
let them come in a little bit. There we go.
No good.
Finally, you are a little behind, huh? Down to 2. I'll leave you the point there. Yeah. That's helpful. Keeps him alive a little bit longer. Eh. Ranged attacks bounce? Oh, heck yeah. Although that is going to be really good now that Davos does, I'll probably get that next. Yeah, that's incredible. Heck yes. Just hits 2 enemies all the time now. You had that, right? Yeah. Should probably start using those during tough fights.
I'm on the trail.
Patting the scratchy old coverlet thickens the air with dust. No one has used this bed in weeks. Still haven't looked at this. And cannot, for some reason. There we go. Essence shimmers and pulsates within the strange device. Oh, okay. Absolutely. Keep on climbing. I know I've read that. Oh, thanks for fighting. Oh gosh, yeah, a lot going on here. Itamak is gonna die. Itamak recovered. That went pretty good considering how spread out everyone was. The scroll contains a pen and ink diagram of the Audra device running through the tower. Despite copious measurements and carefully drawn detail, it gives no indication of the machine's purpose. The Works of the Engwithans, a comprehensive guide.
Keeping quiet.
Another page from the journal. Day 11. Finally got out of the tower to clear our heads. Beasts take the patrons. We'll finish the study on our own terms, our own time. Just as I said as much to Trindig, the sky came to life with stray lighting. I said it's a good omen, but the poor lad's spooked. Only cure for that is a good night's sleep. Are you gonna attack him?
And what does the flame reveal?
The pulling, pounding energy in the machine feels even stronger up here. There's another staircase. Alright, arcane dampener. What does that do? Beneficial effects suspended on enemies. Okay. Letter from Acantha. That's that lady up in the north, Aldhelm. I did indeed receive your recent summons, as well as the 2 that came before it. I'd been waiting for you to present yourself on my doorstep so that I could give you my answer in person. A firm and unwavering no. I won't help you. In fact, I relish the idea of you and your team of glorified engineers sitting in that tower sweating over the runes I've studied for years. Nothing gives me greater pleasure than knowing that my research, which you've long disparaged, is the missing piece in your mundane little puzzle. As you well know, it's knowledge I've always valued. I'm just around the corner. I encourage you to find me should you wish to rehash this conversation in person. Yours truly, Ikanta. Okay. I don't think anyone is going to benefit from that ring. On second thought, it's slightly better than the Gon's Rest, because it's just such a small amount of endurance that gives me. Where'd it go? There you are. And it does give +1 intellect, so... yeah. Protection... maybe? I would rather that than fan the flames. Gonna sell that. Let's get rid of that. Give you that. Another journal page, day 10. Patrons grow impatient with the lack of quantifiable results. They should drag themselves out of their mansions and spend a few nights here if they think it's so easy. Fair.
Laying low.
Alright, that's that floor. Let's head up to tower number 3. Which is also the roof.
Still nothing.
Oh, he's a zombie. Man hunches over the strange mechanism, his spine a sharp ridge rising from his arched back. He's barely clothed in filthy rags, and the patches of skin you see are mottled green. A spoiled stench emanates from him. He's so intent on his work that he doesn't notice you until your shadow falls over him. When he turns and sees you, he snarls and scuttles behind the Adra pedestal. Only his bared teeth seem to have escaped decay. His eyes are yellowed and bloodshot, but they flicker with intelligence. He averts his gaze and holds a hand in front of his face.
Shouldn't be here. What do you want?
Who and what are you?
15 years at Brackenbury. 7 tours to the ruins beyond Solace Vale. I'm an animancer. Still an animancer.
His gaze lights on the Adra post with sudden recognition. He starts to turn back to the copper dials. Hold on a second, guy. Tell me what happened here.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
He smashes a fist into the Adra pillar. His hand makes a crunching noise, but doesn't bleed.
Forgive me.
He covers his face with his other hand.
We came to do research on the tower. Some commission from gods. It hardly matters now.
Given the catastrophe that followed, the commission and your research might matter a great deal. Stick to the present. Well, you know what? I am curious. Keep talking.
Happened on our 11th night. Lights in the sky and a static charge in the air. But we were so careful. We were staying in the chambers below. Trindig, my assistant, said he saw a robed figure lurking around the tower. Wore a mask. Carried knives at his sides. A trick of shadows, I told him. The next morning, we felt strange. Like we hadn't eaten in weeks. So dazed that we didn't at first notice the blood around our beds. The strange wounds that had appeared overnight. And the machine. This cursed spire. Dormant for 2,000 years. Lifeless through hundreds of our experiments. And we wake that morning to find it spinning on its own. On its own! How can we stop what we couldn't start? Years I've been doing this. Years. I know how these things work, but I don't know how this happened. Nowhere to go. That's the problem. Their souls are trapped here like flies in a jar, clinging to rotting meat.
Slow down. What does the machine have to do with
No
souls?
time to slow down. But I can explain. Hold a magnet over iron splinters and they stick, yes? Rub your hand over weir wool and the hair of your head will follow it. So it is with this machine.
He looks at you and runs his tongue along the edges of his fine, strong teeth. He quickly looks away.
To manipulate souls, but why? For what? And how many others lie buried in the ruins of Erglonfath? No. Focus on this one. It's imprisoned our souls in our bodies. Cut the root between essence and flesh. Left a dwindling soul stuck in a shriveling husk.
What happened to the rest of your
By the
team?
time I realized what had happened, the district had already been sealed. So we fed when we needed, and locked ourselves in the tower to work. And then there came a time when the hunger struck, and there was hardly anyone left.
So there was a stranger in the tower the night this happened?
My assistant, he saw him. We laughed. Said he was spooked by the cemetery. Perhaps it was already too late. I don't know what he did. But by morning the machine was on and we were slain. People were already on the streets, complaining of neighbors and family members acting strangely.
How can I help?
Not your help I need. It's Harridan, shrew. Squanders her research on frivolities, then refuses to make herself useful. Runes. The runes are the last part of the puzzle. Acantha knows them. She gives them to you, and you can turn the machine off. Release our souls.
She wasn't here the night the machine came on, staying with her patrons somewhere near. Too good to be burdened with our ignorant company. Alright, I'll get the words from Acantha.
Acantha. She was here. In the district. Probably here still. Always prepared. Clever lady, that one. And perhaps you'll bring me something. Something to keep me sharp. Then I show you a secret about the machine. Something to make you strong.
Something to keep him sharp. Pelagina clenches her jaw, her eyes narrowing suspiciously. Desganto, his condition has turned him into little more than an animal. Don't do it. Jagged Audra pillar rises in front of you, encased in stonework and run through with copper veins. Unintelligible runes cover the panel. Inspect the machine. Sunburst of copper filaments surrounds a dial that looks to be about twice the size of a hen's egg. The filaments cross and diverge, ending in bead-tipped nodes. Each wire has a point of origin somewhere along the edge of the dial. Runes are inscribed around the dial. I don't want to mess with it yet. Just got some kind of notification. What the well holds. Yep. Venturing into the depths of the White Wreath well, Kana discovered that while the foundations of the well were made of a living Audra, the source of the sounds were wights that had been dropped into the well by their mothers. In total, 12 women from White Wreath and the surrounding woods had dropped their children into the well after they learned they wouldn't turn into wights. Some had died, but many survived the fall, living on small rodents and other critters that wandered the ruined Engwithan tunnels under the well. Kana was forced to fight the aggressive wights, but eventually emerged and told the village what had transpired. Some of the mothers confessed what they had done immediately. Others fled the village. In the end, no one had the desire to punish anyone for what had happened. Can't say I blame them. Jesus. Messed up, man. Standing near the device feels like being blown about by a storm gale. The stone steps hum with energy. Alright, let's proceed to the bottom here. I got lucky because I just clicked that way too fast, thinking it was a dance down one. Gotta make my way north to get to Akantha. She's gonna be pissed at me for releasing her meals.
What if you come seeking this time?
I need the words that operate the Engwithan machine in the tower.
That fool Aldhelm. He sent you, didn't he? I can hardly believe he's had the cleverness to survive. That simpleton thinks he can understand how to use something without understanding what it is, or why it is.
You feel a hot core of pride smoldering at the center of her soul.
He dabbles with ancient and powerful devices, with all the finesse of a blacksmith. He sends you here to petition me for aid after years of disparaging my research. I'll bet he didn't even tell you the tower's name, did he? That's his problem. Always looking for solutions without caring for meaning.
So this is what I want to say. This is what I feel like will convince her. How about you humble Aldhelm now by demonstrating the value of your research? My silence demonstrates it more succinctly. Your words fan the strange coals at the center of her soul. Oh, well, I was wrong. Well, the problems in Heritage Hill are bigger than your rivalry, Akantha. What do I care? I prepared myself for an eventuality such as this, and I can assure you those dwindling souls in the streets are beyond caring as well. Tell me the tower's name.
It's called Ternune. They built the machine atop it to contain souls, hold them in place. But the others I've seen, machines scattered all over the Deerwood, are reloads, built to move souls.
Where would they move souls?
Another mystery. Hypothetically, anywhere they wished. The real question, as always, is why? To intermix them the way a player shuffles his deck, the way a farmer rotates his fields? To collect them, like butterflies under glass? To melt them down for raw essence? Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know.
You seem to know a lot about the tier
I read
nowness.
the runes like a journal. I understand their meaning. People like Aldhelm try to read them like instructions, and in so doing, they miss their true meaning completely.
So why would the Engwithans have wanted to tether
Perhaps
souls
they
like
did.
this?
Perhaps that's why they built no other machines like this one. We now see the Engwithans as masters of soul manipulation, but they couldn't have attained their expertise without copious trial and error. Perhaps this was one such experiment.
That's actually a very reasonable way of looking at this. So, how do you operate the machine?
Back to these Tinker's concerns. And what would you do with these tethered souls if I told you?
She crosses her arms over her unmoving chest. Honestly, I don't know yet. But probably release
So you
them.
say. And just what would you release them to? They'd abandon their existence here for another somewhere else, equally aimless and meaningless.
I could help you, but I won't. The pride lodged in her soul flares up, twisting into the shape of something that writhes and squeals within her. Here I have specimens aplenty, and time enough to observe them all. It's every scientist's dream. My answer is no. Can I just extinguish it just like that as a watcher? Is that something I can do? I'm gonna try it. The vampire doesn't seem to notice as you wrap your mind around the squalling, burning mass. However, it sears your very bones. You jump back, crying out in pain. No, apparently it's not something I can just do. I won't abandon this opportunity. These souls will remain here with me, and I'll accomplish more than any animancer in the history of the field. And who will know about it? The pride thing flickers as the flames around it abate. All I've learned, years of studying the Engwithan language. No one understands it better than me. That counts for something. But what use is it? Now, hold on. Knowledge is meaningless unless it's shared. A foolish and false sentiment. Knowledge is meaning. It needs no external purpose. Okay, so what use is it? Her pride rages inside of her. I'm not good at this. Uses. Why must something so pure be fashioned into a blunt instrument? But your opportunities here are finite. One day that knowledge will die with you. Pride hisses and sputters. It's a little more than an ember now, thank God. You're wrong. But there's no conviction in her voice. I'll build it forever. I'll cling to it. That will give me something. And will that really be enough for you? The dying cinder clings to life. It will. It must be. Let's try extinguishing it again. Still too hot to grasp. For more than a second. It may not be much, but it's still something. You can't take that away from me. Then teach me what you know, and I'll make sure that it grows and your legacy lives on. Your words finally quench her pride, and all that remains is a blackened, diamond-hard rock. You cast it away, where it melts into the
So be
darkness.
it. My studies and efforts shall grow through yours.
I'm glad it gave me so many choices to get that right, chances to get that right, because surely I would have failed if this was
These are the words you need.
any other situation. Her cold, dry fingertips rest on your temples, and you feel her reaching into your mind, forming images from the darkness. Runes flash through your head, but they're no longer just pictures. They have meaning, and you understand them. They're commands. Something triggers in your mind, a distant memory unearthed from a past life long since buried. You can see a vast array of runes, far more than Acantha has shown you, and you know their sound and their meaning and how they fit together. The language of Engwith, once more at your command.
Something has awakened in your mind. You understand far more than I ever did.
That's cool.
Take this knowledge then, and do what you will with Tear Nunith. Now that you understand its purpose, it will serve you in whatever way you wish.
You said the other towers around the Deerwood were constructed to move souls. Why would the Engwithans have wanted to do that? Another mystery. Hypothetically, anywhere they wished. The real question is always, why? To intermix them the way a player shuffles his deck, the way a farmer rotates his fields? To collect them like butterflies under glass? To melt them down for raw essence? Unfortunately, I don't know. What do I do with the tower now that I know
Turn it
these
off,
words?
I expect. That will
Yeah,
be
I
easy
guess that's
now
fair.
that you can read the runes. The vessels would still roam, but striking them down would return their essence to the cycle. But be careful. That machine controls hundreds of souls, and that volume of essence could easily overload it. Improperly channeling the essence would destroy the machine along with the souls. It would be a terrible loss for posterity.
Out of the corner of his eye, Aloth gives you a sly look. It seems your ravenous new friend has just given us the key to ending this wretchedness for good. And now that we've seen what this machine is capable of, I do hope you're not squeamish about the loss of a few hundred souls. Explain how the control words work. Harnessing the power of Tyr Nuanith is about understanding what it was designed to do. You know the words and their meanings. You can speak them, and the tower shall obey. Okay, I think that's it. I'm good with what I know. I think. Oops. Let's go straight to the top. Aldhelm looks much worse than before. His rotten flesh hangs loosely and sores have eaten away patches of his skin at his joints. He looks to you with a strange glimmer in his eyes. He takes a tentative, scuttling step toward you. He doubles over, coughing up strings of black bile. He seems to have forgotten about you for the moment. Let's try this again then. Jagged Audra pillar rises in front of you, encased in stonework and run through with copper veins. The panel is covered with runes, which you can now understand. You recognize the words for end and for hold. The dial is currently fixed on hold. You also recognize by an inscription that the manner in which you turn the dial is a means of throttling the device. So I can overload it, which might make it explode, or I can just turn it off for now. Let's end. As the command words leave your lips, the dial sinks into the Audra under your hand. Something like a thunderclap sounds overhead. The glow fades from the machine as it falls dormant.
Still and silent. It's fine.
Is that it? Just turned it off? That's the end? That was anticlimactic. That was super anticlimactic. Okay, well, here we are. The page unturned. A series of murders has shocked and terrorized the scribes of White Rock Isle. Sequestered in their island monastery in the Boot of Andra, they've had little success reaching out to the mainland for help. Though renowned for their integrity and artistic talents, the scribes may be unknowingly harboring someone who is attempting to sabotage their work on forbidden books. Definitely a job for Kana. Definitely. And whatever I'm building should be done. 19 hours, okay. I mean, yeah, just go straight to the bottom again and that was okay. No one's even in here. That was silly. Ah, here we go. Beg your pardon, I have a message for you. You are summoned to Hadred House, where Lady Webb wishes to meet with you as soon as possible. They say she's an ancient spider, spinning her nets throughout the city. He gives you a careful look. If she wishes to see you, that either bodes very well, or very ill. Okay, how did you know where to find me? That's a great question. Well, it's Lady Webb. She knows everything. Yeah, tell me more. Do you not know Lady Webb? She's... well, no one's seen her exactly in a long time, but she's the mistress of Dunreed Row. Has been for as long as anyone can remember. He pauses, eyeing passers-by with suspicion. Quietly, he continues, she's supposed to be old. Older than anybody. And she never leaves her room. Some say she's wasted away and she's just a pile of bones kept animated by dark magics. She's still at it, best anyone can tell. Learning things, keeping us safe. Pulling the strings behind the throne, too, it said. Has a ring of ciphers doing her bidding, telling her everything that goes on. You do wrong in this country before you go asking the gods for forgiveness. Best you ask Lady Webb first. Alright, I know all that, so let's go. That seems to have very little to do with what I just accomplished, though. Alright. There, that's the nice man who helped me. And thank the Iron Arm for it. We'll get you sorted out at the keep. Okay. The tower. It's off! Does this mean the curse on Heritage Hill is lifted? No. It wasn't a curse, but yes, the district is safe again. I think it'll be some time before anyone will be willing to settle in the district again, but at least we can get started on restoring it. I agree. Alright, first... yeah, there's a lady at, Crucible Night place that I gotta talk to here. Hadred House, I actually don't exactly remember where it is, but I'm sure I can find it pretty easily. I have to go all over the place. Where am I going? Crucible Keep. I don't know how I missed that before. Yep. Pretty sure this lady was at Crucible Keep anyway. Wyla. Yeah. Yeah, it's not gonna tell me where she is it? Dunstan. Oh, you know what? Dunstan, I have things to sell you. Uh-huh. Oh, wow. I have a lot of money now. What do you got? No. She would be the only one that might be interested in. And... no. Okay. It is pretty good, but for who? Maybe Ader? Eh. You know what? Why not? I got the money for it. If I don't like it, I can trade it out later. No on that. This one I think was okay, but Consecrated Ground isn't the best. Yeah, 9.3 endurance over a second. Okay. If I have the money to waste, you know, part of me is like, why not just do it? Worst case, it's like a tiny little layer of protection. Let's do it. Wrong person. Yes. And I'll give those to him as well. Okay. Now to find Wyla. Where is this lady? There's Cleaver. Okay, if she's not in here, I got issues. I should go to Crucible Keep and tell Wyla what happened. Ah, there you are. Oh, you're here too. Looks like she's had a bath and a few square meals. Nice, good. Your guards were charmed by the spirit of a woman named Lyra. I've gotten rid of her. Her tired eyes grow round. By the flame, you found her. My missing commander. She heaves a sigh and loses her gaze among the floor tiles. And she was calling to the watch from beyond the grave. It doesn't make sense, but nothing in that accursed district does. What happened to the soldiers under her spell? They didn't make it. I see. Nevertheless, thank you for your help. You've left me with as many questions as answers, but at least I know what happened to my troops and Commander Lyra. Please, accept this as a token of my gratitude. 1,000 copper, nice. If there's nothing else, I must attend to my duties. Sure. That is somewhere else. Still gotta figure that out. That's somewhere else. That's below. Cliffs is somewhere. I think I know where those are, but I gotta find them still elsewhere. The cave is somewhere else. A ghosty. Valiant Embassy. I still gotta figure this out too. And talk to Cyril. Graham in the North Ward. And that's underneath. Okay. I'm going to stop by Copper Lane. Talk to the shopkeepers there. That's step 1. How am I doing on spells? Could use a rest, so I'll do that while I'm in Copper Lane as well.
Beg your pardon?
Sorry. Kalu's always telling me to watch my language, especially around the kids. Guess I haven't had a reminder in a while.
What happened?
One of them heard me tell a joke about a glam-felon youth with frostbite somewhere sensitive. Kids repeat everything.
I meant just now.
Jam my thumb. Nothing big.
So you shout moose fucker. Awesome. I want to do that too. You know what? How are you doing on spells? 2 and 1. It's risky, but let's do it. I got plenty of scrolls. Not here. I should... Yep. Slow down. I need to talk to the shopkeepers up here first. Then I'll come back down. Also, okay, just making sure that that wasn't where I wanted. It's where I need to take Ader eventually, but am I in the right spot? Of course not. Okay, it was one of you. I want to say it was Igrin. Yeah, let me see your wares, Igrin. Also, finally gonna get rid of this. You know what? I will hold on to that for now. Yeah, you can hold on to it. That is such a massive damage increase. Although... Ooh. That's a massive damage increase for her. I mean, yeah, it's average speed as opposed to fast, but... Yikes. Oops. Guarding? Ooh. What are you using? That's a tough one. that for you. And then breakout. Okay, that's neat. It's not great for anyone though. Then redeeming. I mean, did anyone not have a head slot at this point? It's technically better. And then, oh, it wasn't him that had the ring. Okay. Oh, God. See, the problem is that she has the crush on hers, which makes it a little bit more beneficial. Ooh, but it has drain. Oh. I'm giving him a crush weapon too, so I'm okay with it. Yep, we'll just do that. That was a lot of money. Now I can't even afford the ring that I was trying to buy, but it's fine. Alright, first things first. Let's give you that. Probably no one else will want this. Maybe you? No. You're gonna take that. And then let's give you that and you that. Cool. Alright. Yep. Can no longer afford the ring. It's fine. Now let's move back down to the catacombs. I'm gonna go kill Helig. Might be taking a big chance here, but screw Helig. Yeah. Yeah, he's a good ham. He's a good one. What's up, bud? Alright. Suck it, Halen. Oh, can I not? Can I not attack him? Hold on now. There we go. Yeah, I could have done that a while ago.
Keeping an eye out.
I anticipated him being much stronger. Yeah, he doesn't even have a lot of fire spells. Okay, well. Screw you, Helig. For anyone just joining us, he deserved it. run into the goose and fox.
Hello.
What's up, Bishop? Yeah, I'm good. Just take all that stuff. And
Good day to
then
you.
we get a room. Calling it now. I'm going to start getting a little overconfident in my abilities, and then I'm going to end up being killed by something stupid. But let's pop over to Brackenbury. Four hours till that's done. I need to go to... yeah, the Sanitarium. And Hadred House, so that worked out. Whoa. Older robed man. As you near the apparition, you are overcome suddenly by a powerful anxiety that sits like a stone in your stomach. The feeling is not quite real, the recollection of an emotion rather than the emotion itself. It wrenches your insides, nevertheless. The apparition's brow is tensed, a look of concern plain across its face.
The other missionaries say you have been neglectful of your duties.
My mind has been elsewhere.
Oh? And what troubles you?
The pain in your stomach deepens, and you feel for a moment as though you are about to be sick. Your mouth has gone dry. Forgive me, Eminence. I wish to leave the order. Well, okay. The man folds his fingers together and presses them to his mouth. Thoughtful.
You have been an apt student, and your convictions have inspired those around you. May I ask what has changed to make you feel this way?
The people we intended to convert, they committed unspeakable acts, sacrifices, mutilations. The apparition exhales slowly, and its lips press together, a sympathetic rapport in its eyes. It places its hand on your shoulder.
These are the ways of the heathen world.
Surely the gods would do better to destroy us all and start anew.
Perhaps they would. It may come to that one day. This is why we must not fail. The heathens are beyond the gods' reach. They do not know better. We are tasked with delivering them to the gods, so that the gods may heal their souls.
Is such a thing possible?
I have seen it with my own eyes. You will see it too, if you choose to remain. There is no greater calling than the one we have chosen. Neither words, nor wealth, nor battle will end this suffering. Only the gods. Will you give them that chance?
The knot in your stomach seems to loosen all at once, and the anxiety is replaced with something else entirely, something warm and soothing, and it is something you know you can never repay. As the vision fades, you start to become cognizant of the many odd looks aimed in your direction. Your last response echoes in your mind. I will.
Gods
I mean,
keep you.
Excuse me, but I've been looking for you. You're the one who lifted the curse on Heritage Hill. My lady, who wishes to remain anonymous, has entrusted me with bringing you this pistol. It belonged to a dear friend of hers who was lost to the curse. For your part in reclaiming Heritage Hill, my lady wishes you to have it. Here, may it serve you well in battle. Thank you. She bows. You are quite welcome. St. Garam's Spark. Now, I must be off. Farewell. Ooh. It is nice. Very slow. Marking, shocking lash, DR reduction. .29 to 40 speed, DR reduction. Yeah, so appreciate you, but you know what? She can use it. All right, Hadred House or no? Let's go up here first. Still feel bad for ratting out that other lady. I didn't mean to. I was just looking for information. Didn't realize they'd take it so personally. Yep. The head warden says you can go in. Be careful in there. I don't know. Something churns and bubbles in this tank. The copper wires and conduits are shiny. The device is warm to the touch.
I'll get it open. Finished.
Ooh. Huh. It's coordinating. Plus 25% damage when attacking the same target as an ally. That's really solid. So it's superb without the accuracy. (18 to 26), but it's average. With 25% damage. That's the rub there. Honestly, I feel like it's better than Gon's share. But I'm not going to not going to entirely let go of that because draining is good, and that might not be enough. The one that he has might not be enough to keep him alive. Copper wires and conduits are shiny. Let's see, Kiteman Izo. Round face, balding man turns to face you. His upper lip is pulled upwards slightly by his pointed nose, exposing his upper teeth when he scowls. I'd like access to the North Ward. Out of the question. Those patients are in isolation for a reason. And I've seen your records, and I know what you're doing with them.
Private. You have no right.
He balls up his fist and digs his teeth into his index finger, a growl simmering beneath his breath and a deep scowl compressing his face.
Speak to them for all the good it'll do you. I'm sure the discussions will be fascinating.
He pulls a heavy key from one of his pockets and nearly slams it down on the floor before handing it to you. I need to know if you've seen any unusual behavior out of your patients. You're going to get a lot of looks asking questions like that in a sanitarium for the unbalanced. In truth, I have spent little time treating them since I have been reduced in my capacities. You might have luck with some of our more functional patients. They tend to congregate in the main area just past the entrance to the patient wards. I heard you were demoted. Hazo's nostrils flare and he bares his upper teeth more broadly. That's none of your concern. Did one of the others put you up to this? Audmer? That smug weasel. Things went wrong. Everything. I don't know how. I'll never know. He spits on the floor as if to remove a bitter taste from his mouth. Ethelmore told me you're not supposed to be doing any more experiments. Yes, well, Ethelmore hasn't done much good for anybody since he had his soul moved to an inanimate object, so I fail to see why I should let that sway me. If animancers are all followed the commands of their leaders, where would we be? We'd all be as backward and willfully ignorant as Raid Saris. We would know nothing about life or death, or even ourselves. We would be lost in the dark, with no clue as to why. Animancers must push the boundaries of knowledge, but you must be careful, Azo. Even Defiance Bay isn't as safe for research as it once was. You toy with things beyond our comprehension. It's dangerous and foolish.
Are you Widewen himself, risen to smite me for my heretical belief in learning who I am and why I exist? Please. You are afraid because men have taught you to be afraid. Because they were taught to be afraid. These things are only beyond our comprehension because of the fears of people like you. Who will solve Widewen's legacy? Some church? Some warrior? It will be an animancer, or it will be no one at all.
Have you tried your experiments on any other subjects? I have, yes. No point in lying about it now that Ethelmore is involved. I asked for volunteers from our patients, and a few brave souls came forward. And I was very close at one time to a breakthrough. They understood that. They understood their sacrifices would mean something. Alright. I guess you're not entirely wrong.
I'll get it open.
Ooh. It's preservation. Plus 2 DR. Nice. Okay. Is that going to benefit anyone, though? Nope. It's a big maybe for him. It's a direct upgrade for her, so.
Slowly now.
Nice and slow.
Children, they keep down here. Pure evil in their eyes. They keep children down here? That's evil, man. Jeez.
Nice and slow.
The drug, right? Yeah.
Steady does it.
What is going on here? Flesh construct. Construct turns its head towards you and watches warily. Okay. Cute. Stop going places. The crooked boards show deep gouge marks. They're spaced like folk or elven fingernails. Whoa. Okay. A curved spine twists this woman's posture forward, her greasy hair draped over her large eyes like vines. She smiles at you. You must be visiting someone. Then, noting your appearance, she adds, a friendly visit, I hope. What do you know about this animancer Azo? Oh, I like him very much. Many animancers could care less about their patients. Look at us like vermin for their experiments, but Master Azo treats us like humans, even the very sick. You can tell he does this to help people. He's helped me understand a great deal about myself, and I know he's done the same for others. It's too bad what they did to him. He hides it well, but I know he's still affected by it. Really, they like him. What happened to him? Brielle's eyes dart back and forth, and her voice lowers to just above a whisper. They don't like to talk about it, but there was an accident. He was said to be one of the brightest in Deerwood. That was his reputation here, and that was what brought me to seek treatment. People say it was his ego that drove him to try and solve the legacy, but that's hogwash. Even if he was a bit of a showman, he loves his homeland. He thought he could help. He wasn't one to speak of his work. Suspected his colleagues might have tried to steal it, but he told me once that he had figured out a way to create a soul. Create a soul, holy crap. Not a soul exactly, mind you. How did he put it? A proxy, I think he called it. Had some machine that drew energy out of the very ether. Can you imagine? The point is, it was going to help with the legacy. It was going to make Hollowborn into something easier to love and care for. Gods know that's something we need. Do you know what they called those empty little babies in Andra's gift? No, tell me. They called them buoys, because so many of them are found floating face down in the water. These are mad times. Anyway, Master Azo had scheduled a public demonstration of his work in Copper Lane. He was so excited. And then the next day, he was locked in his office, turning away visitors, I heard. And he stopped seeing patients. I don't know exactly what happened, and I don't have the heart to ask him. But I'm glad they're letting him treat people again. Why are you in here? Behind her hair, her cheeks flush. I don't want to say. You'll think less of me. I'm listening. These last few years haven't been kind to me. They haven't been kind to anyone, really. I try not to think of it as personal. I lost my husband and both boys in the Saints' War. My daughter, the legacy took her before she was ever mine. I made do. What else can you do? I moved into a tiny place in Andra's gift. Got by mending clothes and on the kindness of strangers when I had to. But I was surviving and the gods were watching over me. I could live with that. And then one day, this noblewoman comes in, wants this fancy gown fixed, gorgeous thing, this shade of blue I'd never seen before. Only I had. I looked at it and it reminded me of something. I had what they call an awakening. I remember being a noblewoman myself in another life. People doting over me. Men doting over me. Me. The best food, the most beautiful home, all the things you'd ever dare to dream of. They were mine. It was poison knowing that. All those things I had that I'll never have in this life. It did something to me. My food started to taste rotten. The walls in my little room seemed to close in around me. I stopped being able to sleep in my own bed. So I came here. It was that or break into an estate and start ordering servants around. Seems like such a silly thing to worry about. You don't have to tell me. But I can't get past it. And I start to wonder, did the gods choose this life for me? And if so, what terrible thing must I have done to deserve it? Maybe you'll get there again one day. If not in this life, then in another. The strange part is, I think even the best wouldn't be good enough for me anymore. I think it must have gotten to that point when I was that noble lady. Have any of the patients here been acting unusually? Well, there's Batisa, who relives a murder she committed more than 5 lifetimes ago. Edelman, who they say only has half a soul, and who was found collecting the faces of others because he believed his own to be a false one. Graham, he speaks in a language no one understands, and wails at night sometimes. Different from their normal behavior, I mean. Well, yes, I suppose, but nothing they didn't volunteer for. Master Azo let us know that a number of patients in the North Ward had volunteered for a new therapy and would be escorted to his laboratory to receive treatment. The North Ward has our most troubled cases. I'm glad some of them have chosen to get help. It seems to me it's gotten quieter over there since it started. Alright, thanks for the info. That was dark and twisted.
I'll take a look.
Nice and quiet.
What's up, Steelyx? You need to go out, bud? Yeah, he needs to go out. Okay. In 2 minutes, I'm going to take a 5-minute bio break. Yep, I've read this.
Lay low.
Ooh. I think I've read that. Give me 2 minutes, pup. 2 minutes. Is that the North Ward? Will it just not let me go in there? I don't think I can open that door. It's a guard. That's a patient. Well, I still can't believe they keep children down here. That's so twisted. I mean, I get it, but like, I don't. Crooked chalk tally marks cover the surface of this table. That's the North Ward, I believe. Yeah, I can't even access that. Alright. So let's head over here. Alrighty, we are back. Is this my face? Thundering sky, rain of blood, innocents must drown. Fun. Character is busy. Oop, here's Graham. This man has the look in his eyes of a hunted animal, and at your approach he staggers backward to the far corner of his cell, halfway appearing as though he would climb the walls if it would get him further away from you. He cries out, a bizarre primal utterance, like nothing you have heard. I just need to ask you some questions. Graham looks at you blankly. It is unclear whether he understands you or not, but his panic has momentarily subsided. He opens his mouth to speak, but the words that come out are half-formed, as though his tongue were cut out. They are impossible for you to discern, if indeed they are words at all. Eloth makes a noise of disgust. Those animancers did this to him. You can see what comes of their meddling. You're afraid. Do certain visitors make you afraid? He looks at you with uncertainty. Slowly, tentatively, he steps closer to the front of his cell, and as he does so, for the first time, you can perceive his soul within your ken. It is misshapen, as though maimed by some jagged instrument, and large expanses of it have been gouged out entirely. You feel no barriers of resistance. If you wanted to, you could look further into Graham's soul. Which is exactly what I'll do. You project out toward the maimed soul in front of you, merging with it, its confusion and fear becoming yours as it whisks you into its depths. You're in your cell. A key turns. The door creaks open on neglected hinges. Thoughts come to you in waves, incomplete, broken, fearful. Standing at the door is a rotund, balding man. His upper teeth and pointy nose remind you of a rat. He beckons, apologetic. You don't want to go, anything else. In your mind is a single word, and the word is no. But it dissolves before it reaches your lips. You press against the back wall, cornered. You cry out. In darkness, you fight against unseen restraints. You cannot move your arms or legs. The man walks into the room carrying a lit candle, its meager flame casting long shadows across books and machinery. Straps bind your arms and legs. Cold metal circumscribes the crown of your head and the breadth of your chest. The man is sorry. He is in need of raw materials. They dismantled his work and he needs another source. He needs to show them he was right. He thanks you. Then he turns a knob and you feel yourself begin to crack from within, and you can feel pieces of you torn away, like having your insides chewed by a horde of rats, and you are screaming a scream you can barely hear. Another night. Heavy footsteps outside your door, coming for you. You look through a slit in your door. The flesh giant, the artificial being just outside, but facing left, facing the end of the hall. The boy there. The boy looks with interest at the giant, then collapses to the floor like a shed snakeskin. The giant convulses for a moment, then rights itself, turns away, and leaves. Graham looks at you, still wild-eyed, but somehow more present. He nods at you, then walks back to the end of his cell. As you regain awareness of what's happening around you, you realize that your head is in Pelagina's feathered hands. Her golden eyes are peering into your own, as though she is trying to catch a glimpse of activity lurking in the depths. As she sees your eyes respond, she wobbles your head a little and gives you a light slap. Letting go and stepping back, she regards you with concern. Everything going all right in there? That was her first time witnessing me do that. Man. This scene should come with a trigger warning. My God. Ushgrim. A willowy adolescent boy stands in the center of his cell, gawkish and stoop-shouldered. He stares straight ahead, the occasional blink his only movement, and it is unclear whether he registers your presence at all behind his glassy, doll-like eyes. In this state, the barriers between your soul and his are thin and porous, easily bypassed if you should wish it. Let's reach out. You close your eyes and edge forward towards the boy's soul, and as you near, a sudden malaise comes over you. You are cold and warm all at once, sweating and shivering and straining for breath, as you did on the caravan journey. The soul you approach is the wrong one, a parasitic plant that strangles its host. It is predatory and pitiless, and you have crossed paths with it before. Too late does it occur to you to retract, and already you feel yourself plunging into some interminable abyss of thought and memory. You are standing in a cell now, the same cell in the sanitarium. The halls are moonlit and empty, and you are waiting. At the far end of the ward, the door opens, revealing a flesh golem in silhouette beneath the stone archway. It makes its usual rounds, the same stops every time, the misbegotten child of despondent creators. When the construct is close, you coil yourself up and spring forward, passing out of the boy's body as though it were a membrane. You can sense his body behind you collapsing to the floor, a puppet whose strings are cut. You are rushing toward the golem now, bodiless as a gust of wind. Quickly you think to yourself, quickly, and you feel the strength hemorrhaging from your soul as you dart towards the makeshift abomination. You pass into the golem's shell and overtake the soul implanted within, encircling it, suppressing it, and contained in this new vessel, you are strong again. You step heavy-footed down corridors, unheeded by the other constructs, and scrutinized only by the wary, untrustworthy eyes of the mad, coming at last to an office piled with books and scribbled papers and the perverse implements of animancy. You set your oversized hands upon a large machine, a nest of globes and tubes and coils in the center of the room, and go to work, bending wires and unsettling alignments. Your surroundings are pulled past you, or perhaps you are pulled past them, and they dissolve into a blur. When they settle into place again, you are outside on a clear day, standing in front of a crowd stacked high above you on the tiered seats of an amphitheater. You are acting for the crowd, standing deliberately still, but this is no play. A balding man with rodent-like features is strapping you to a machine, the one you had tampered with. You see your arms for the first time, short and fleshy, unmistakably those of a little girl, but this body is not truly yours. Your mind still holds the same determination, the same hard-heartedness as before. The body itself is cold and vacuous. Unlike the others, this one has no soul of its own. The man speaks and the crowd applauds with an enthusiasm worthy of a hero's entrance. "Bear witness," he says, and he pulls a lever. The machine shivers and sparks, and a bead of sweat rolls down the side of the man's brow, but the crowd's apprehension quickly gives way to awe as a crystal globe fills with a radiant mist that casts the entire theater aglow. He opens a valve, and the glow crawls through a tube along a length of copper wiring that runs to a set of electrodes beneath your armpits. You feel nothing when it reaches you, as it should be, for you have been leading his work astray periodically for some time, altering notes and settings and playing puppeteer for Hollowborn. But you make it look how people would expect it to look when a body is infused with a soul. In a moment the machine goes dark, and the man unstraps you, eyeing you with a scientist's concern. He looks back up at the crowd. "Behold," he says, but there is obvious hesitation in his voice. Slowly, you take a plodding step forward, then another, and another. You look up at the man, giving him the eye contact of which no Hollowborn is capable, and the crowd gasps. The man looks relieved. "How do you feel?" he asks in a volume meant for the crowd, and this is the moment. At the top of your lungs, you let out a piercing shriek. The man comes towards you, his hands outstretched, but you run the other way, back to the machine. With all your strength, you drive your head into the crystal globe, and it shatters, streaking your head with warm blood. You drive your head down onto the surface of the machine again and again, drawing panicked screams from the crowd, and by the time the man reaches you, your body has already ceased proper function and merely twitches on the cold ground. Satisfied, you depart the corpse in search of another unsuspecting host. Who could put their faith in animancy now? You are pulled again from your surroundings, transcending the boundaries of memories and lifetimes, deeper and deeper past betrayals and murders and lies upon lies that form the thick webbing of plots beyond mortal comprehension. You settle at last on a room you have seen before, expansive with a tall device encasing an Audra monolith in its center. The room is filled with people, and the people all look at the device. You are yanked suddenly back to reality, and the once catatonic boy in the cell is looking directly at you, appraising, calculating. There is no mistaking now that it is the soul of the man who caused your awakening that gazes out from the borrowed husk. A watcher. I believe we share a common past. I'm looking for some answers. Is that so? He makes no effort to hide his disinterest, but he continues to search your eyes. He makes a slight grunting noise, and his eyes soften for an instant, and it seems for that moment that he recognizes you. He opens his mouth to speak, then seems to think better of what he was about to say. His jaw tightens. I know your look. You hunger. Hunger for answers that elude you. It gnaws at your soul. It usurps your reason for being. You are like everyone. I will help you let go. He dodges backward with startling grace, putting himself out of reach. On his face there is no malice, only the dispassion of a farmer putting down a sick animal. Then suddenly he slumps forward. Oh boy. Oh, not good. I need you to get in front of this. Oh, jeez. He's gonna die quick. Back up. Oh gosh. I cannot change character. There we go. Goodness. Oh, nice. Whew. Attacked from behind, then only lost the fox. Not that I'd like to do that, but that wasn't too bad. That was wild. That reading, too. Oh.
I'll see what I can find.
Big fan. Big fan of all of that.
Steady does it.
Chains grown with added weight. Crescent bite marks pit the edges of the cot. This bucket reeks of offal. Well, that probably didn't go exactly as I had hoped. I really hope that I don't have to go out there and fight every single person. But first, after failing to prevent 2 additional deaths, Kana and the monks were able to track down the murderer, a secretive scribe of the order that the other monks believed had died years ago. In reality, the scribe had been hiding in the catacombs beneath the monastery and progressively destroying heretical works which he believed spread lies about the origins of the gods. When the monks started to catch on, he killed anyone who raised suspicion. Rather than face punishment, the scribe leapt from the highest tower of the monastery to his death. In the scribe's subterranean laboratory, Kana discovered several suspicious vials of thick brown fluid. The monastery's herbalists identified it as a potent poison, the same that had likely been used to kill the monks. That's sad. But the good news is, I am now more fortified. Alright, let's start doing some things to increase my prestige, unless... like, prestige and security would be the way to go here. Yeah, because I already have a few people there. To take prisoners, though. Ooh. That's neat. Curio shop would be good. Alright, yeah, let's see the curio shop first before anything else, because that seems to have some kind of benefit. Where'd it go? Generates a random creature part. Why not? Okay. Now... oh yeah, more fighting. Alright, let's do it. Everyone, go. Oh no, don't tell me I have to fight everyone. That'd be really sad. Azo, are you still down here, man? What have you done? You've been experimenting on patients against their wills, mangling their souls. I've witnessed it with my own eyes. Azo's face drains of what little color it had. How could you possibly... Look, it had to be done. Ethelmore and the others, they took everything from me. Everything! When I was this close. I had to know. Had to know where I failed. And why. Imagine the value if I'd succeeded. If I had something that could make all those hollow infants into something like a real person. And with a few more patrons and a few years' research, who knows? No one has come that close with the legacy. It's why I have to continue. Why I have to risk everything here working in secret. It's why you have to lie to Ethelmore for me. Tell him you've cleared me of all suspicion. Nah, I'm going to expose you, man. What you've done is pretty fucked up. Honestly, I kind of wanted to straight up kill you.
Let you get in my way either.
But I figured you were going to do that, so happily. Patient record, Graham. Subject is a male, approximately early 30s, powers of speech absent, presumably as a result of the overfragmentation of his soul. As such, he is the ideal subject for present research. However, experimentation has caused severe pain and induced panic, and I have had to enlist the aid of the guards in transporting him for more recent procedures. So fucked up. Research journal. I'm close to a breakthrough. I have found an ample source of essence now, and the vessels have responded positively to infusion with the proxy. Human trials are the next logical course. Dude. Oh no, don't make me kill this lady. Oh, I gain bonus experience for completing the bestiary. That's cool. Is that... Tell me that's not who I think it is. Man. Damn it. That lady was very nice. She didn't deserve to die. That was a lot.
I shall be discreet.
That's it? Just a couple whites back there? Alright. You're the only living person left in here. Whoa, who was that? What the blazes happened down there? You were given permission to ask questions. It's complicated. A patient of yours, Ushgrim, was working for the Leaden Key, only without knowing it. You finish your explanation and Ethelmore breaks his silence. I have read accounts of people in history who could do what you describe. The accounts are few and brief and never reliable. Some go as far as to suggest that they are all the same person. If truly such a person was here among us, plotting our ruin, would that I had a body again and could be of some real use in our time of need. I fear what the future may hold for this place. I am grateful you were able to dispatch the threat before there was a loss of innocent life. We very nearly had another scandal on our hands. What of Azo? What part did his experiments play in this catastrophe? I confronted Azo and was forced to put him down. He groans in disgust. Such a waste. There was none more gifted working here. In time I had hoped to rehabilitate his image, but a mind like his, so full of ideas, leaves little room for patience. I would inquire more into the matter, but in truth, you have done this institution a favor. Were his transgressions ever to reach the public, there would be a terrible uproar. I was blind to have trusted him a second time. His tone takes an ominous quality that reverberates all around you. I trust you will be more cautious in future inquiries. I mean, if that's all you need to know, then... Alright. Valian Embassy. Still gotta do that. Alright, let's kill two birds with one stone and try and figure that part out. Wait, no. Because... There could be the option of convincing the other people to back down. Hadn't thought of that. Yeah, everyone in here is still dead. I don't know what I expected, but I had to see it. Alright, to Andra's gift.
Next time I get the chance, I'm buying you a pint.
That means a...
Oh, you want one too? Sorry, I meant for Issa win. I'll get you one.
Don't even slow us down!
Ah, thank...
Well, I was not expecting assassins to come at me anytime soon. Written on this scrap of parchment is a concise but detailed description of you, including your name, your distinguishing features, and everyone you're known to have associated with in your brief time in Deerwood. Interesting. Who would try to assassinate me, other than possibly the Dominels, who should be all dead? On second thought, I can't say all. I can't guarantee that all of them were inside that building. Not that it was ever my intent to actually kill them all, but, you know, here we are. I believe it was that house. Wait, where am I? Not there. It was one of these. I want to say it was this one. Oop, hello. Oh, yep.
Good day to you.
We have an understanding about the brothel, right? Is there something else? Never mind. Okay. So I can't talk them down. Don't want to just straight up kill them. They didn't... Have they hurt anyone?
Gods keep you.
Show me what you got, man. So what's the solution here?
Good day, stranger.
Yeah, I've given the matter some thought. Dominoes are squeezing me on bitter squash. There's no way around that, is there? Oop. I can't, though, because Bracantha's dead. Alright, well,
Good day,
I'm
stranger.
tired of seeing this in my log, so I'll at least go do the Cyril bit. Even though it's stupid expensive. You'll find her quarters upstairs. She lays a large hand on your shoulder. Don't mind the burly fellows at her door. They're just there to make sure everyone has a good time. Okay. I'm assuming that if I had solved the bitter squash crisis first, then she would have let me see her at a significant discount, but here we are.
Good day to you.
Powder almost hides the circles under her eyes, and rouge dusts her two prominent cheekbones. Despite it all, Cyril is beautiful. She favors you with a smile she must have practiced and perfected. Hello, stranger. Let me make you more comfortable. Actually, there's something I need to discuss with you. She runs a smooth finger along your neck and under your chin. Just tell me what you like. It's extra if you want to bring someone else in, though. Your friend Thurston sent me. He needs that medallion. So do I. Cyril raises her chin. I offered him his half of the money, and he refused it. She crosses her arms and paces in a slow circle around you. I'm sure he told you all about his broken clan. Did he also tell you that I got him where he is today? I really am sorry for him, but I'll bet you anything he lives better now than he did in Ir Glanfath. I've worked a long time for a way out, and I'm not giving it up just because Thurston suddenly got nostalgic. Ugh. I'm too nice, but I'll buy it for him. She laughs. It's worth 6,000 pans. If you've got that kind of coin, I'll gladly help you spend it. Never mind. Seem to have lost the mood. As you wish. I'm afraid I can't offer you a refund. Yeah. Have to figure that part out too. What's the addendum that just got added to that? 6,000. 7. Because I have to buy her time again. That was a waste. Oh well. Can't complete every quest, I suppose. Although it might be hidden somewhere upstairs. For now, what am I gonna do here? Alright, so it's either Hadred House or the Valian. Another trading company. Where is that place? Is it First Fires? Let's check that out first. The Valian Embassy. Do you think it's in First Fires? Yeah, I think it's right in front of me. Yep. We might as well, since I'm right here, right?
Ambassador Augusti, I would
Whoa.
speak with you on a matter of some urgency and great importance.
Sighing, as though remembering some heavy burden, Vicent crosses his arms before replying. Pelagina, if this is the same matter we previously discussed, I doubt I will be convinced any more easily. Ambassador, please hear her out. The ambassador praises you for several moments and nods respectfully. You are well known in Defiance Bay, Davos, he smiles. Even in the Valian embassy. Bryson turns his attention back to Pelagina. So you're keeping respectable company these days. He throws up his hands and shrugs. Hardly a good reason to go stirring up trouble with animancers and who knows else.
There are issues at stake here that go beyond rogue merchants and a port staying open. Animancy is under attack in Defiance Bay.
Pelagina shakes her feathered fists to emphasize her point. We have to protect our interests here, but that also means knowing when to avoid unnecessary entanglements. The animancers and the locals have problems. They will work them out. Or they won't. Either way, there's too much to risk by getting involved.
Here, what would prevent the same from happening in our republics?
The ambassador's face vacillates between expressions of sympathy and frustration. Pelagina, I do not think your concerns are unfounded, but it is not the place of this embassy to countermand the Republic's policies. If it makes any difference, Ambassador, I'm already looking into the matters Pelagina has spoken of. It doesn't, but it would be fortuitous if your investigation took you to Twin Elms, because that's where Pelagina needs to go.
What is it the Dukes need of me, Ambassador?
The Deerwood's instability has created an opportunity for us to take over their trade with Irglanfath. We will need to meet with the Glanfathans soon to secure upcoming trade arrangements. The roads to Twin Elms can be dangerous, of course, but that's why you'll be our representative there.
Ambassador. But won't this provoke the Deerwoodins? Their country is falling apart, and we are already dividing up their trade alliances.
Provoke them into what? Going to war? Through no fault of the Republic's, the Deerwood's armies have been deprived of an entire generation of soldiers. It would be foolish not to take advantage of the situation. If we don't, the Rayed Serens will. It does make sense, Pelagina. The Deerwood has problems, and sooner or later someone's going to profit from it.
When I walked in here, I didn't think we were going to be talking about how to chop up the Deerwood's corpse.
It's not all that dramatic, but... Holds up his hands to set Pelagina at ease. That's not what we're talking about. This is just business. Yeah. Raises an eyebrow and clenches her jaw, but remains silent. Pelagina shakes his head. Go to Twin Elms. Speak to the Ammonfath. Impress upon her the instability of the Deerwood, and reassure her of the Valiant Republic's desire to open safe trade.
Ambassador.
The ambassador nods and smiles paternally. He then looks to you. I know you planned on investigating this crisis together, but I hope you understand Pelagina's responsibilities. I understand, but we're still going to investigate it. Responsibilities or not. Listen bristles and turns to Pelagina. Will the Dukes need to hear more about Pelagina Messeray's wild adventures?
Ambassador. I will attend to the unmanned fort as soon as I am able to travel to Twin Elms.
Good. Now if you will excuse me.
Could have gone better. Could have gone worse. I appreciate that you stood up for me, but it's hard to persuade the ambassador to go against the Duke's orders.
I know you're right, Pelagina. We may find a way for you to fulfill your obligations while looking into what's really going on around here.
Enough
Don't worry.
for both of us. Now, I just need to find out how to get to Twin Elms before the ambassador loses his patience.
Oh, he's gonna lose his patience, because I'm not gonna rush over there, but we'll get there. She pauses in thought. Still, I fear that making this deal with the Glanfathans will further weaken the Deerwood and make trouble for the Republics in the years to come. Well, it's a long way to Twin Elms. You'll have plenty of time to think it over. Was that the whole point of coming there? Was to talk to that guy? I thought it was something else. That's Deerford. Eater. Turns, Raedrix, Cade. Possibly... the Compass, whatever that place is called. No idea where this is, but it's... Searing Halls, yeah, it's somewhere far away. Yeah, that was who I needed to speak to there. Okay. Alright, so to the Hadrid Hells. And then after that, I'm going to try one more time to get to the records. Ancient records, elder records, whatever they're called. But first, to Brackenbury. Is it here? Yeah. I should have checked my spell situation before jumping in here. I can risk a fight. Hope I don't have to fight my way through this entire place, but I can risk one. Should have bought those rings. Okay. What's up, Lady Webb? You're not a spider. I was lied to.
Steady does it.
Oh, she sees me quick. Okay. Noted. Is there anywhere I can go to steal from this lady? Does not appear that way. Okay, that's fair. Stop, lady. This woman clutches a thick stack of parchment with spindly, wrinkled fingers, their flesh stretched thin to near translucence with extreme age, a gossamer veil over pale blue veins. Ink splotches and candle burns dot and stripe her hands like a quilt patterned after some great, indescribable truth. She does not look up from her reading.
So the messenger conveyed my summons. A miracle that would make the reincarnation of Aothis look like a child's cantrip, surely. It doesn't draw the most inspired minds, messaging. They failed me so many times of late, I nearly sent a cipher after you instead. So this is the Watcher who took over Cad Noir. Oh, don't look so surprised. It isn't an attractive expression. I wouldn't be where I am for long if I let details like that escape me.
Aloth frowned, scratching the back of his neck. So it's true. Those spies of hers don't miss much.
Then, as I understand it, you entered a quarantine district that is absolutely off limits to all civilians and somehow managed to walk back out with your life. What could possibly have been on your mind to make you do such a thing?
It was a personal
matter that has you tracing the footsteps of the leaden key. It must be some problem you have. You're not the only one with an interest in their recent activities. I've lost 4 ciphers this year alone trying to get someone inside their ranks. As it is, we only have our suspicions about who is in the group and what they intend, which I suppose means we have much in common with them. I asked you here because I wanted to know what your interest was in all of this. I thought perhaps we might help each other. Why are you looking for the leaden key?
I ran across a man in one of the ruins. It's important that I find him again. She closes her eyes and the lids flicker. Then her face goes still and her mouth parts, little more than a sliver, and her hand briefly drops open, spilling some of her parchment to the ground. The pages wafting around her legs like the leaves of a dying tree. Her fleshy eyelids peel back, and her gaze is immediately upon you.
The gods are cruel, I'm afraid. The man you seek is Theos Ix Arcanon, Grand Master of the Leaden Key. One of the most elusive and dangerous men Aora has ever known.
How do you know I seek
Because
Theos?
you have seen his face, and that makes it a simple matter for me to see it. You even happened to catch him in his ceremonial garb, it seems. Must have been a special occasion.
I have so many questions about why you can see what I have seen. So what can you tell me
More
about
than
Theos
most,
first, though?
Very few would know so much as his name. And there is no way of knowing how much of what I've read is true. The Leaden Key dates back more than 2,000 years. If rumors are to be believed, Theos was the one who created it. What scraps of evidence exist suggest that he has died many times, only to be reborn each time exactly the same man. Awakened during adolescence with all the knowledge and experience of all his lifetimes. The plots he orchestrates sometimes take hundreds of years to bear fruit. Needless to say, this is not the natural order of things. But he is said to be one of Woodica's favored, and that old bat was never one to let rules get in the way of favoritism. That may also explain another supposed gift of his. His body is no boundary to his soul, and he is known to take possession of others, if their souls are weak enough. Often it is for elaborate deceptions, but sometimes he simply forces them to kill themselves. He is not known for his generous supply of pity. He is also not one to show himself in any but their most critical matters. If he has directly involved himself in whatever the group plots now, it may be your only chance to find him. And once you do find him, if you can find him, I would not hold my hopes too high if I were you. He is a driven, single-minded man. He will not have the slightest concern for your problems.
How do you know so much about
The same way
him?
I come by all my knowledge. Exhaustive research, spying, bribery, perhaps some less savory measures. Whatever the knowledge demands, I pay in full. There is nothing of greater value. Unfortunately, with Theos, there is also nothing more scarce. He has covered his tracks far too well. His manipulations of the course of history are lost to time now, though I believe they were many.
What else is there to know about the Leaden
Precious
Key?
little, I'm afraid. You may know much of it already. No one member knows the identity of more than a handful of other members. They are kept in the dark of missions they are not involved in, or sometimes of those they are involved in. They exist to hide secrets they themselves don't know, if you can imagine how gullible someone must be for that to appeal. Despite that, they are very good at what they do, owing much to their founder, who will take matters into his own hands when necessary, and he does not fail.
So what is it that you want
Keep
from
me
me?
informed. The Leaden Key has been busy lately, and that is distressing news. I can only guess as to what they intend. You seem to have a knack for turning the stones they've crawled beneath. Keep turning them. Dunreed Row will not stop you. Whatever it is they're up to, figuring it out will be of great use to both of us. In your case, it will surely point you to Theos. In return, I will share our knowledge with you as we learn it, and provide you with what assistance I can.
The enemy of my enemy.
If
Very
you
well.
find your trail has run cold, come to me with whatever you have. There is much I may be able to do for you.
First, I have other questions. Tell me more about Dunreed Row.
All the things there are to know in this world, and you ask me about work. Deerwood is a rebel country. Conflict is in its blood. If you think a few guards posted in our cities keep chaos at bay, you are very new to town indeed. We are Deerwood's cipher investigators, of course. But what we really are is its last barrier against anarchy. People are more at ease when they believe they are watched over by someone more enlightened than they are. It pacifies them. So that is the image we foster. And we do try to be enlightened for their sake. The knowledge we gather here is Deerwood's standing army in many ways. We learn what's vital and we act on it while Deerwood sleeps, blissfully unaware of the terrifying truths all around them. I wish I could tell people the things I know sometimes, but the truth is I don't think many of them could bear it.
So are you psychic or something?
If you are hoping I can look at your hand and tell you whom you should marry, you can just wipe that notion from your mind. I do not know what will happen tomorrow. That is what I pay spies for. Being a cipher is not unlike being a watcher. You notice more about what is already there. Many can hold an object and know where it's been, or peer into the thoughts of people around them. They can also sometimes affect those thoughts, but that would be unethical, of course. A tiny, talented few pick up so much about the world around them, they can get images of things to come, but these are fleeting and unreliable.
That's all I needed to know, really. How did you specifically come to be here?
I started this place. In a different time, under a different Duke. I impressed the Duke with my research and my work ethic, and he became possessed of the notion that I would be ideal to lead a secret network of gifted investigators. I don't know how such an idea got into his head.
She says with a wink. Alright. Alright, there is something I can tell you about the Leaden Keys operations. The Engwithan Tower Inherited Chill contains an ancient machine that can control the flow of souls.
This is troubling. That civilization seems to have known more about the mechanics of souls than anyone since. The Leaden Key was born in that period. It may be that Theos has full knowledge of their technology. The applications of this machine you speak of, I don't want to think about it. If we can learn more about their goals and methods, perhaps we can get the palace behind us. With Avar's support, we may be able to put a stop to this.
And that guy you were telling me about, Theos, Brackenbury Sanitarium, he was there impersonating a patient. He was trying to damage the public's opinion of animancy.
It is unlike Theos to leave witnesses. He must be furious. He did not aid you as you'd hoped, I take it? Well, take heart. With any luck, when he has finished his business, he will surely come and find you again, if only to kill you while you sleep.
Fantastic.
This news of yours makes sense, of course. To dabble in animancy is to puzzle over the secrets of the gods. This would not be the Leaden Key's first action against it. But if this is connected to their other activities, we may be in for something on a much larger scale. That isn't enough to take to the Duke, but we're close. Avar Wolfgren is a cautious man. He will want to know everything possible before being moved to action.
Well, that's all I got for you now.
Try your best not to die out there.
Oh, I'll certainly try. I was hoping that she would be able to provide me with a little bit more assistance, but maybe she'll come into play later. for now. Take her at her word that she will eventually supply help. I have a higher reputation, so I'm going to go pop up to the Elder Archives.
Who's a good boy? Who needs his belly scratched?
Which was, I believe, Copper Lane? Yeah. Let's hit the Goose and Fox first. Nope, we'll do that afterwards. I don't think I'm going to break into any fights here.
Good day, stranger. Welcome.
I had questions about the missing scroll. She the one that wants me to find the scroll? Which is which house? Right? This is where I need to go, right? But I swear... Alright, what am I not seeing here? Leaden Key activities. That's NK, Kaid Nua. Andra's Gift. That's at Twin Elms. This is the cave, which I'm pretty sure... this is in the compass. Anslog's compass. That's Cadnua. Raedric Hold, which is... the keep beyond the Esternwood. What is this about a scroll? I missed something. Oh, tasks. There it is. Ha! Retrieve stolen scroll. Grimda said that one of the thieves mentioned an abandoned farm on the path to Deerford. Once I do that, she might let me into the archives. Maybe. So that's something to keep in mind. So with that being said, I think I'm done in this town, with the exception of choosing an affiliation. Do I want to side with the Dozens, or do I want to side with the Crucible Knights? Some of the dozens tried to kill me, but I do like their leadership a lot better. And just because there was a few unscrupulous folks from the dozens doesn't necessarily mean that they're all... it doesn't mean it's an inherently evil organization, so I'm leaning on them. Obviously can't get the dominoes.
Well met, friend.
Cheers. What would Davos do? Actually, yeah. I piloted ships. I was set upon by privateers. I was left to die at sea. I survived. It was supposed to be just my first stop on my way to a new life. They're just mercenaries.
Welcome.
It's a pretty solid ring. Penhelm was a Crucible Knight that tried to kill me also, that's fair. Oof, tough call, man.
I do have something, if you don't mind stepping on the toes of the Crucible Knights. Come to think of it, the Dominels won't be too pleased either.
They've never liked seeing someone with nicer things than them. Some of my other expeditions
Where do I
come
begin?
back with a rumor about a place called Leia Remen up near Stormwall Gorge. It's supposed to hold some of the greatest weapons those Engwithan bastards ever made, and we've got need of them.
He gives you an appraising stare. You're cozy with the knights. You must have heard some rumor of these soul-bound monstrosities they're building. I don't know about you, but I don't trust that gas-bag cleaver with something like that. Us sensible kids need to be ready to protect ourselves and the city. If there's anything that can stand a chance against this madness, it's weapons made by the Engwithans themselves. They made the same kinds of abominations in their time. They know how to kill them. I've sent the giant slayers after the weapons, but they haven't had much luck so far. They're better fighters than treasure hunters. Meet up with them at Woodend Plains and see how far they've gotten. If you can get those weapons, I'll see you get your cut. To stand up to the knights, you're willing to risk provoking the Glanfithans? Bostanago, what are you thinking? Honestly, I don't disagree with her. Like, I don't want to piss off the Glanfithans. Ugh. Let's at least see what both parties want me to do, and we'll go from there. One day, 7 hours. Yep. Oh, there's Searing Falls. That's not too far. Neither is Wooden Plains. I still think the other place is Anslog's Compass, but I could be wrong. Alright, I've decided I want the help. What do you need me to do?
First squad of Forge Knights in no time. Now the High Justice will want to have his Forge Masters at Fleetbreaker Castle create more.
However, it's been brought to my attention that you're a close ally of the Dozens, he scowls. I'm sure you understand that further association puts us in a precarious position. Oh. Damn it. Alright. Oh, shoot. I think I'm cool with it, though. I don't want to dick around with this soul magic that they're doing any further than I already have. And, I don't want to make enemies of the Glanfithans by looting their Engwithan artifacts, but I just won't get caught. I guess that's my option, right? That's the answer here. So, cool. Alright, Have I been to the Eastern Wood yet? 'Cause I feel like... Alright, in order to move forward, I either need to go to Deerford, which is far away. Deerford, Durance is just keep traveling with them. Raedric Hold, east of the Eastern Wood. Be a considerable challenge to get inside. It's scary. We might hold off on that for a little bit. That's Cadnua, Cadnua. Check Anslog's compass. Searing Falls. Twin Elms. Neither of those yet. And then Wooden Plains. That's Kainua, Deerford, and probably after Deerford as well. I guess my question is, have I been to that Eastern Wood yet? Because that would be one option. It's just exploring there and unlocking the castle. Going to Anslog's first. I haven't been beyond... I've done Wooden Plains. Oh, Deerfoot's not too far away. I thought that was much further, actually. Twin Elms is very far away. Alright, if it was up to me, and it is, I'm going to go to Kaidnua, stop there, check out Anslog's compass after that. Let's see what happens.
Better indeed.
9 hours. Oh, this place is coming along pretty sweet, huh? Yeah. Bear a message from the Ducal Palace. The place where I just was? You're kidding me, man.
My lord, you've received a letter, delivered with some urgency as it happens. I thought the messenger might swoon, poor dear. It's from Stalwart. Apparently the mayor, Renengild, has heard of your success here at Cadnua, and hopes you can be of aid to her people as well.
Where is Stalwart?
Stalwart is located within the mountain range known as the White March, which puts it several days' journey northeast of here. You'll want to wear something warm.
It's a long way for a letter.
People like you come few and far between. And in this case, I believe Renengild is correct in suggesting that your experiences here may give you an edge. It seems she's intent on gaining access to Durgan's battery. And she's offering quite the reward to anyone who can get inside.
What is Durgan's battery?
The dwarves of the battery fashioned Durgan's steel, and with it they crafted the finest arms and armor the Deerwood has ever known. But the keep has been abandoned for centuries, and none remain that know their secrets. There are many legends concerning the battery. As the Earl told it, the dwarves fought amongst themselves, each seeking to use the battery to further his or her own ambitions. Greed and cruelty brought down the battery, and now the spirits of those same dwarves roam the halls. Whatever happened, the battery has been impenetrable ever since. A shame. I don't doubt that there are great treasures still within those halls.
I do enjoy vast amounts of wealth. I'm sure the wonders of the battery are marvel to behold, but if the passes through White March were to open again, it would be boon to merchants of the republics. And the Deerwood, of course.
I should mention that among those rumored to have answered Reningild's summons is a certain group I believe you may have an interest in. Followers of Woodica, intent on reaching Stalwart and the battery. I do not know what they seek there, but I thought it worth mentioning, given your interest in the ruins at Defiance Bay. Now that I've delivered Reningild's message, there is also a local matter of some concern, my lord. A mercenary band has been sighted to the northeast. I believe they mean to take Consul Hot's tower, and I don't expect the Archmage will go quietly.
Consul Hot's one of the greatest wizards of our generation!
Aloth fidgets and flutters, vacillating between anxiety and excitement. He appears to be at a loss for words.
The Torn Bannermen are a deadly fighting force, and Consul Hot himself has sent many travelers to their graves. I would caution you to stay clear of the region if you do travel to the White March. It is not that I doubt your courage, my lord, but Consul Hot alone boasts power of a different scale altogether to those foes you have faced thus far. Given more time, perhaps, you will match him. If the Bannermen succeed in their efforts, I fear they may turn their attention to Cadnua. I will keep you apprised of the situation, my lord.
Who exactly is Consul Hot?
A famed archmage. I am given to understand that the Brackenbury Sanitarium puts much stock in his work, as regards the manipulation of the soul. His spells are widely circulated. But he is poorly regarded in many circles. Some call him a madman, or else cruel and barbarous. He must be very old by now. Perhaps that is why the Torn Bannermen believe they can best him.
You know anything else about the mercenaries?
Little enough, I'm afraid. The Torn Bannermen are well supplied and well organized, and there are rumors that they are backed by an unknown benefactor. They have proved remarkably effective in the past, and they are certainly a threat now.
Okay, heard.
Safe travels, my lord.
But that's something to deal with at a different time. She even said that he's probably beyond my capacity right now. I'm inclined to believe her, but let's talk to this messenger. Greetings, my lord. I bear an urgent message from Chancellor Warren of Defiance Bay. He requests that you meet with him at your earliest convenience in the Ducal Palace. Boy, I wish that he had just sent you to me when I was there yesterday. The claim on Cadnua has been called into question by the Gathbin family. Earl Baedmar has issued a ruling on the matter, but both you and Lord Gathbin must be present. No, Cadnua is mine. The Gathbin family disagrees. As your claim is not based on lineage, an official ruling is required to remedy this dispute. Who's Chancellor Warren? He's an arbiter of legal matters for Earl Baedmar of the Grasp. Tell me about this Lord Gathbin. An old Adiran lineage, I believe. He looks around the great hall. The former lord of this stronghold, the distant relative of Lord Gathbin, allied himself with the losing side during the War of Defiance. I'll go meet him then. The Chancellor will await you in the records room of the Ducal Palace in First Fires. The messenger bows and strides away. Excellent! Someone's trying to claim my castle as their own. There we go. Alright, selling you, keep. The Blind Monk's Venom. Oh. Yeah, that's really good. We will keep that. Honestly, thinking of giving it to her since she attacks 2 people at once. That's cool. Call Agony. Damn. And Overwhelming Wave when hit by a critical hit. Oh shit. That's a really good neck piece. Okay. But who do I give that to? Of Concentration plus 25. Character's concentration determines how likely they are to have their spells or attacks interrupted. Concentration is superior to the interrupt rating. It's less likely to occur. But -1 stealth. So, Aloth? Or perhaps Durance? You have 1 stealth. You have 1 stealth. So neither one is going to really matter. I would argue it's probably more important for Durance because he has a tendency to get attacked. Because he's healing, and I want to make sure that he is getting his spells through. But Aloth has a tendency to be attacked way more. So it's probably more beneficial for him. Although, now that I'm looking at it, he has 2 Constitution, so maybe that would be beneficial to him. Yeah, let's do that. And now, Recall Agony is cool. Let's do that for her. Although, what do you have? Of Intellect and Resolve. Yeah, I'm cool with that. And then give that to you. Okay, so that's where that stuff goes. Good to know.
Looks a little healthier than before.
There's not much else to be done here since I've just been working on defenses. Although I just want to look at their items without...
Farewell.
Ugh.
You walk your path, I'll walk mine.
See you when I see you.
It's only going to take me 2 seconds. There you go, I guess. I don't even know if that's going to be beneficial to him at all, but it's there now.
Sure.
Alright,
Farewell.
let's reorganize these guys to what they were. You. Oh, okay. Just gonna throw yourself over there, I guess. It's fine. Formation. Make sure this goes back to the way that I wanted it. Oh. Cool. Yeah, I like that better than I had it. Arguably like that. Cool. Alright, yep. Is there a way to see... Oh, geez. Okay. Oh. Cool. Alright, I feel like it's silly for me to go here right now. There's no way for me to look at like the level of this area, right? Yeah. It's just a guesswork. Part of me wants to pop over to Anslog's, but a part of me is looking at the map, the little path going to the west of Searing Falls, and wondering if that would do the trick. Plus, I didn't see anyone in Anslog's while I was there before, so I guess the next obvious thing to do would be to head back to First Fires. But not directly, apparently. Jeez. Alright, I guess wooden is the next place to go. That way I can choose my next upgrade. Honestly, I'm getting pretty tired. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here just to choose my next upgrade, since the curio shop is now complete. And then I'm going to make my way to First Fire and walk into the building that I need to be in. And then I'm going to save right there because, yeah, I'll be on tomorrow though. My kid's on vacation, so she's with her mom for the next couple of days, which is unexpected, but welcome. So I will be working all day, but later on at night, when I have nothing going on, I'll be streaming a lot more, which I'm excited for. Especially with how close I am to being affiliate, I'm hoping to be able to pull that off sooner. So we'll see. Oh, I should have rested there. That would have been smart. Not that I would have gotten a bonus of it anyways. Not yet. What's lore? Is that like... Alright, dungeons. Dungeons is next. That's... yeah. Allow me to take prisoners, even though it's no benefit. But then after that, I'll start upgrading things so I can rest there better, I guess. Might not be a bad idea. Or take bounties or something. We'll see. I don't know. The First Fires. How long was that supposed to take? Like 2 days? And that was only 4 hours? Yeah, 1 day, 21 hours. Okay. Also thinking about making a Discord. I didn't even think I'd ever come close to being affiliate, so now that I'm here, I might do a Discord. I'll make that tomorrow. Put a link to it up. Chancellor Warren inside the palace. So this is where I'm going to save. Right here. Steelyx and I wish you all a good night. If you enjoyed the stream, please drop me a follow. And like I said, once I get the Discord up, I'll post a link and I want to do that just to keep a schedule going because I hate the Twitch schedule. I don't play the same thing the same day every single week. It's silly. So I want to do a Discord so that y'all have a slightly better idea of what's going on in my life and when they catch me next. So yeah, we'll do that. But for now, thanks for hanging out with me, and enjoy the rest of your night. I hope to see you again. Cheers.